Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are kicking off the Final Assault Newbie Tournament number 2 today with Splaticus versus Kangar. Your host, Triple Nipple, and my co-host, Photogeneer, are going to be casting for you with our lovely, lovely voices. We are starting off on Corvid's Pass today, and let's get right into this. Photo, you got to ready up so we can start this, man. We got to go. We got to.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Let's go.
All right, let's get started.
So do you have any thoughts on these players in general? Do you know anything about which one plays which divisions, anything like that?
So, I haven't played with either of these guys in a while. So, it'll be a refresher to see them. All right, so we got Kangar loaded up. I'm waiting for Splaticus General to appear.
I see Splaticus. No, I only see Kangar. Never mind.
Yep, no, I see him.
There he is. Okay.
All right, and we're going. See an early artillery out the gate for Kangar. Looks like he's going to try for a quick rush and put Splaticus on his back heels. Meanwhile, we've got the troop trucks coming out on Splaticus' side. Looks like he's going for the long game with infantry.
Did he send a solo artillery down the lane? Is he not going to micro that away?
It looks like he did, and it looks like Splaticus is responding with a bike, rather. Oh yeah, they're duking it out. That's not going to end well for that artillery, unfortunately.
Yep, there it goes.
Yeah, there it goes. But he's got a second artillery coming up to take the crate drop point. Sending them out unprotected is an interesting strategy. It can work if you're fast, but it doesn't tend to last very long. Looks like Splaticus has got a second bike coming up to deal with that artillery.
Yeah, you can't. You can definitely not send artillery out by themselves. They need at least a tank to cover them, or even a couple jeeps. Would protect you.
Yeah, looks like Kangar's bouncing off the top of his money bar. Hopefully that means he's got something big coming. You see an early push for the infantry on Splaticus' side. Those looks like 4 troop trucks, are pushing hard on his left lane. They are already past the halfway point. Will be beginning their descent down into Kangar's base soon. Kangar's got some tanks and infantry coming up on his left lane. Should make a good showing. Start hitting on these towers. Splaticus has already got his dive bomber out, so that's going to be a problem.
Kangar's also spawning rocket troops now.
We got tank and jeep coming out. Looks like he's going for the middle to try to secure that crate drop. And the first crate looks like it went to Splaticus with a bike. Kangar's armors got shredded down here by the towers.
Tower and that dive bomber, man.
Yep.
He's pushing really hard, really early, but he's not doing a whole lot of damage. He's getting there, but not continuing.
Looks like Splaticus' dive bomber just cleared the center crate drop as well. And his infantry are at Kangar's doorstep. They're being held back by a single artillery unit. It's an interesting thing a lot of people don't realize. 2 artillery units can basically stop a lane, no matter how many infantry are spawning into it.
Yeah, that artillery is a little exposed, though. I mean, it could still hit them if it was in his base. I don't know why he sent it out that far.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you. It's definitely exposed, but since Splaticus isn't sending any armor down to reinforce the infantry, it's holding up pretty well. The infantry aren't getting too many shots on it, and you got Kangar's troops coming out. Oh, and we got 2 tanks and artillery coming out of Kangar's hangar to try to push this lane back. He's got the artillery in the front there. It should be behind those tanks, ideally. But the tanks are going to overtake it.
Splaticus is taking out Kangar's tank, and they're taking out his AA, or trying to take out his AA.
And AA is fleeing back to the base there. Got a decent pushback here with Kangar on the lane. Tanks in the front, the artillery behind them, and it's working. He's pushing back up the lane. Those bazooka troops are going to be a pain for him if he can get some more armor out there. It's interesting, so far the only aircraft we've seen is that one dive bomber, and it has been earning its pay. And Splaticus has a tank destroyer rolling out of the base. It's going to be for a bad day.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a Splaticus win here. I'm going to call it this early. He just seems to have a little bit more control over his micro than Kangar does.
He does. I think you're probably right, but I don't think it's going to be quite that cut and dry. Kangaroo's bringing out the ATGs now. Well, ATG versus Tank Destroyer, but the Tank Destroyer got the first shot, so it's not gonna. Yep, there goes the Tank Destroyer, the ATG, and then second Tank Destroyer coming up. Both players are running hot on their money bars. Expect to see a rush of units coming out soon. Okay, Kangaroo just spent all of his money on probably an unlock. My guess is going for Calliopes. And Calliopes can turn the tide of a battle like this if they're carefully microed.
Wait, didn't he already have an anti-tank gun, though? Isn't that the same tier?
Nope. ATGs are one tier lower than Calliope. They are tier 3. Calliopes are tier 4. Oh, that dive bomber has just got free range. Just took out another tank. It is unopposed. There's not even a fighter in the air.
So I thought down on the bottom here, I thought that the black bars were the different tiers, but I guess those aren't accurate anymore.
Yeah, it looks like, at least for Kangaroo side, yeah, they are not. The ATG is one tier below the Calliope. The Calliope is unlocked alongside the base super weapon,
which is coming out.
We are getting. Yeah, didn't get a whole lot of bang for the buck there. The TDs were able to easily dodge that, and they are now at his doorstep.
I like
so
this.
An interesting thing.
This Tank Destroyer, okay, he got it turned around. He was rolling it into the base backwards. And I was like, it's not going to shoot anything.
Yeah, no, that was from the runaway from the artillery strike, and then I guess it just decided to back up for a while. Oh, I guess Kangar surrendered.
Or he had some technical difficulties. We'll see what he says.
Let's see what happens.
How do I click this thing? There we go.
He's in the Discord, so it looks like he may have. Alrighty.
How do I click exit to command tent?
Hit the escape key.
There we go. Press OK.
Okay, well,
there we go.
It was our first match right there. It was quick and somewhat decisive.
So, are you updating the bracket then? You are the one that has the ability to do that. We're going to cut over to the bracket scene so you guys can all look at it. So our next matchup, I believe, we'll have to check in the Discord, but I think we're going to be seeing Pesky and Nalco unless they decided to start already. We are trying to find our players for the next match. I am going to send you guys to the lovely, lovely noises of the BRB screen. And we will be back right after these messages from our sponsors that we don't have. All right, we're back. We are going to be doing Disratory versus Splaticus. So Splaticus' climb to the top is going to be documented very well here. And we are going to kick it off on Hill 512. So let's see how they do. How do you feel, chat? How do you feel about this map? Tell me how you really feel, Sporks.
Oh, I don't think you want to ask him that.
Where are my... Okay, I'm a terrible caster. How do I make my my stuff appear again?
F5.
There we go.
Okay.
I should know these things.
It's weird that it went away that time. All right, let's see what's getting started here. I do not see unit.
Yep, that's the wrong map. They just spawned from outside the base.
Yeah, no, I saw that.
Okay.
Okay. Technical difficulties.
Restart.
Let's ping. I'll ping them in the Discord.
Wait, I'm not on Hill 512, right? This is not the right map, or is it? I can't tell.
I'm on Hill 512. No, you're on Hill 512.
Okay, but they are not. Okay. We will get this fixed. I'm going to leave this stream thing up so you guys can see when I create this match what kind of weirdness is happening in case you have any explanations. So I hit create, I go to 512, and we just hang out and wait. Now, it was loading them both into red base and then moving one down to blue base. So, like, I just want to see what happens here.
Brad likes this map because of the extra AA. I actually really like the forward AA on this map. It's very easy for me to destroy with my. Well,
Hill 512. I have a.
I pinged both of our players in Discord, but they have not responded. They may still be in their match.
Duking it out.
I mean, it's entirely possible that they both loaded the same map and observer mode just went sideways.
That's also true, but I mean, I don't think so because the
way the unit spawned makes me think at least one of them loaded the wrong map. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Where did I put all of these? I'm gonna do some on the fly.
What are you doubting, Brad?
Yeah, what are you doubting?
Oh, yeah, no, I sincerely doubt that. At least, I mean, one of them might.
I'm sorry, people. I forgot to turn on the audio. We've been talking to Photo this entire time. We have been having great conversation. And yeah, shut up, Pesky. Look, so in OBS, I don't have the default audio input and output because it does stupid things. So I manually set them per scene. So scenes that I don't want audio in, I don't have audio in. Well, when I create a new scene, it apparently has no audio. So, you know, there's that. What I've been doing here is getting the maps ready for the whole thing, so I could show them to the viewers, and I've just been talking to myself the entire time. So that's fun. Operation Stronghold, last one.
Okay, so they just played a match on Maginot. Or at least one of them was on Maginot.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Alright, yeah, let's try that again.
Alright, so we are on Hill 512. That is the current round's current brackets map. And we are still I guess we're gonna, bro, I can't draw. I have a trackball, okay? You expect me to be able to draw on top of a map?
I'm gonna restart my client real quick because I'm having all kinds of weirdness.
Hey, don't you diss my trackball.
Hey, I use a trackball.
It's beautiful. Yeah. See, I'm not the only one. The
Trackballs are the best.
M570 from Logitech. Best thing in the world.
It's broken on me so many times I ended up switching brands. I went through about 9 of those. The left mouse click constantly breaks.
Seriously? I do know that there was a fix for it, but I've only ever had 2 in my entire life. So...
yeah, I've been through about 4 or 5.
I tried the MX Ergo because it's bigger, but it was super awkward. I didn't like it. This one fits my hand perfectly.
Yeah, I use an Elecom now that is almost identical to the M570, except it doesn't break.
Well, that's always a good one. All right, so we have Disratory back in the lobby. We're going to hop back to the...
looks like Splaticus is asking for a lobby remake.
Again? All right.
Again.
All right.
We should have Splaticus join first.
Yeah. Refresh. Create. Here we go, people. This is what it takes to be a professional caster.
Turn it on and on?
Yep.
On and off?
Off. Look, I've already blown through my entire red game fuel, which is 2 servings of game fuel. So they need to get this. They gotta get this over with, or I'm gonna crash hard before we get to the finals.
Okay, let's have Disratory join up. I'll join up last.
All right, everybody watch. See if it puts Disratory in the red base section and Splaticus just disappears, because that's what it was doing earlier. See? It did it again! It's not my fault, people. I can wait. What? Now it's back to Splaticus. They're both in the red.
Oh, this is a new one. This is definitely a new bug that I've not seen before.
All right. We're going to restart. I'm going to restart Final Assault. We're going to see what happens. Because, yeah. Anybody in chat seen this one before?
Yeah, no, chat was wondering what would happen if you hit the swap button. I think it would have been like the fly.
Oh, God.
You end up with an ATG strapped onto a dive bomber. That's what happens. Just dives down and fires an ATG shell.
Sharks with lasers, man. Sharks and lasers.
Sharks and laser beams on the
All right, creating a lobby. Hill 512. At Splaticus. Okay, Splaticus is in. Let's get Desertoria in here. No! What the fuck was that? It moved him to blue and then put him back in red. Y'all saw that, right? I'm not losing my mind. And I can't hit swap because it only thinks one.
What is going on?
I can't kick anyone. How do I?
There's a kick from room button.
Oh, and it gives me options. Can I kick blue? No? Okay. I'm kicking Splaticus.
Doesn't look like you're kicking anyone. Oh, there we go. Yeah, let's have Desertoria join first.
Yeah.
This
is crazy, guys. I don't know what to do about this.
Just gonna ping Alex real quick so he knows.
Yeah, have him watch this. I don't care that he's shopping. Shopping is for real life people. It's not what we do. Wait, should I remake it again?
Yeah, me, probably a good idea. He doesn't see it, so yes.
Jesus. Okay. If this doesn't work, you're hosting.
Yeah, I could probably.
Because you can start the map, and I'll just be there.
Yeah.
Okay, he's in. Destroy's in. Atticus. Now. Son of a bitch!
Okay, I'm gonna create a game. Okay, my lobby is up.
They're both in here!
Oh, wait. Okay. Alright, I'm coming.
No, he
Don't
left!
touch.
No! Oh, fuck! Oh.
Oh.
Join photo. This is how we're doing it. This is how we're doing it.
Okay, yep, no, my lobby's up.
Oh, man.
Oh. I had one of them for like a split second, but okay, Splaticus is here. I think we have the same problem. Shit. Blue base definitely flashed. Desertoria's up on red base. Yeah, they're both in the same base again.
Dude, this is jacked.
I don't know how to solve this.
Try a different map. Let's try a different map. I'm gonna create. That shouldn't matter though, because I can change maps on the fly.
Right, yeah.
I'm tempted to just let them fight it out. I mean, if they can get in.
I mean, will it let you? No, I won't let you start because I think there's only one player.
Okay, now we're comparing it to StarCraft from when it originally launched.
He's not wrong.
That's harsh.
Hey, have you ever tried to do a multiplayer game with the original Command & Conquer?
They're both in here. It's working.
Okay. All right. Let's do this before something changes. Okay.
All right, we're going. Hill 512. Change.
You're not on Hill 5. Okay, good.
Go.
All right, let's see how this goes.
You know, The last 30 minutes would have been a great spot to plug a sponsor. Too bad we don't have sponsors.
All right, I am on Hill 512.
I'm on Hill 512.
I believe they're on Hill 512.
Let's see.
I see infantry coming out of Desertor's base in the right spot.
Same, and those lines look like they're right.
Yeah, I think we're good. All right. Whew, that was an adventure. All right, so Splaticus is going for his early troop trucks again. We got 3 down in his base. It looks like Desertor is dancing.
I'd say some form of dancing.
He does appear to be dancing. He's dancing, and I see minimal units. I do see what looks like a tank.
I see what looks like a shimmy.
Yeah, maybe it's a rain dance. Maybe he's trying to make the cargo crates come earlier. The infantry are fighting in the lanes, but Splaticus does have the advantage thanks to those troop trucks and is pushing through.
I believe he just did an unlock on his top division because he spent all his money.
Yeah, it looks like he is rushing to bombers or TDs. That would explain the dance, waiting for the money bar. Okay. Or he's trying to make it rain. It's perfect. I understand now. All right. Looks like Desertor's infantry are making a decent push up his left lane. He's rebuffing Splaticus' troops since there's no trucks in that lane. But Splaticus is at his doorstep on the other lane, so we'll see if he can get his master plan out. Meanwhile, it looks like Splaticus has control of
at
least 2 of the crate drop points.
There's a Calliope.
Oh, there we go. For his second unit, really, is a Calliope. And you got that tank just parked out there in front. Towers are taking a beating, but let's see how the infantry fare against a volley of rockets.
Just barely saving his tower.
It's always interesting when you can't tell strategy apart from game bug. I was worried there for a while, but now we have 2 Calliopes out firing. Oh, and first tower down. Looks like he's maneuvering his Calliopes for protection behind the one remaining tower. And we have the first cargo drop coming.
Is that going to be far left side of Desertory? Who's going to get it?
Looks like Splaticus already has a tank on that crate drop.
Yeah, that's not going to end well.
He's sending a Jeep forward. It's not going to get there in time, and it can't be the tank. And first crate to Splaticus. And Splaticus' infantry are pushing up on the other lane as well. And it looks like Desertor is fighting back with the Jeep and infantry. He's got 3 Calliopes now on his right lane. They have completely halted the infantry's advance here, and his infantry are starting to push back. But he better watch his left lane, or he's going to have an unwelcome surprise. Oops. Meanwhile, Splaticus does have firm map control here, so it'll be interesting to see if Desertor can work back from that.
I feel like with the Calliopes, right, you can work back map control because you've got all these buildings to hide behind you.
Yeah, the Calliope definitely does well with cover, but we have tank destroyers and artillery coming in to fight them.
Oh, that artillery missed everything, though. Didn't get anything.
No damage there. Splaticus was very quick on the draw and got the troop trucks out of the way. They did take some damage, but not enough to kill them.
Tank destroyers versus Calliopes, though. The tank destroyers should have the edge, right? They got distance.
The tank destroyer can deal... Yeah, it has the range benefit there, which is its main focus against the Calliopes, but the HEG is out, and the HEG has similar range. The Calliope's guarding the HEG. This will be an interesting matchup. Looks like, it
looked like he had that tank destroyer on a loop. It never sat and focused fire.
The Calliopes are fighting back against the artillery now and turning them into scrap.
Calliopes are very interesting. Bombers coming out. Let's see if these can get anything. You gonna sacrifice them to take out the Calliopes?
Desertor's got a full money bar. Oh no, and he's built.
He got a bomb.
Another Calliope. A bomb, which didn't seem to kill anything, and another Calliope just spawned. It looks like Desiree is going for a straight-up Calliope rush.
Yeah, that dive bomber was actually focused on the ATG. I think he was more worried about that with the range than the Calliopes.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it makes sense, but getting closer just to get wailed on by the Calliopes may not work out too well in the long run. But let's see. Dive bomber's going in for another strike. Oh, and that's the end of that ATG.
Oh, that dive bomber got away? That's impressive. I thought the base AA would take it out like the last one.
Yeah, no, it's gone now, though. Detroit's fighters took care of it. So while he does have 4 Calliopes, they are all pretty banged up. Oh, I think... Nope, he's got 3 Calliopes now. He already just lost one. Yeah, and his base is taking damage. The Calliopes are not able to repel the assault. Tank destroyer is rolling in, it looks like.
That tank destroyer is going down now.
Oh, yeah.
Where's his... What's he? 1, 2... Okay, I see 3, and they're all there. Yeah, yep. He really needs to move them up a little bit so that they're right behind his front wall so that they're protected from both lanes of fire.
Yeah, where he's got them parked now, they're open season for the TDs coming up the lane. The TDs can fire on them well before the Calliopes can fire back. We just lost another one, it looks like. But he spawned another fresh one, so he still got 3, and they're in better shape now. And we got another cargo crate coming. I imagine that's going to go to Splaticus. He still has full map control. Destroyer is boxed in. These Calliopes are a force to be reckoned with.
They are, but solo, I mean, they need some sort of support, right? They can't just rock everything by themselves.
I mean, I've seen it done in the past, but it's tricky when you're going up against other T4 units that outrange you. As you suggested before, positioning them behind the walls would probably increase their value significantly just so they're more protected.
Yeah, I really didn't expect tank destroyers to do a whole lot on this map because of the lack of line of sight. The only lines of sight are directly coming at the base, right? But apparently that's being used effectively to Splaticus's advantage.
And this is clever. Splaticus has moved his tank destroyer just behind a tree here and a wall and is hiding from the ATG. We have another super weapon.
Here comes the V2.
The V2 rocket.
Take out those ATGs.
That's where I'm guessing.
Oh, nope, he didn't get anything.
Nope, the Calliopes are in lane now and wreaking havoc, but they've left the base exposed.
Yeah, they're going down to the tank destroyer, though. He's lost 1, 2.
Oh, yeah. The superior range of the tank destroyer is definitely showing through here. Meanwhile, his infantry are just about to start firing on the base again, starting to take some damage. Got a fresh Calliope going into the left lane. Got an anti-aircraft in the left lane. I don't think that was intentional. It looks like it may have gotten bumped into the lane. I've seen that happen.
Yeah, but the tank destroyer's in his base and his units are running away. He's just now microing them back.
Yeah, now his base is taking damage from the tank destroyer, and the rocket infantry are taking out the anti-air.
How good is a flame tank against tank destroyer? I know it's good against infantry, but is it as effective against armor?
It's not great against armor. It's not great against armor. Flame tanks really shine against infantry and towers, believe it or not. They'll eat towers. Well, looks like he's holding his ground, but just barely. I mean, his base is still taking damage, but not at the rate you would expect. And he's just brought out a bunch of basic tanks here to try to stave off this attack. Splaticus is microing the... Oh, the tank destroyer
couldn't get it out of there in time.
Trying to do a 3-point K turn with the tank destroyer.
He should have just kept shooting the base, honestly, at that point. I mean...
Yeah, he's got another one rolling up back here. And it's living up to its namesake. It's destroying tanks. Oof. I think it just one-shot 3 tanks in a row. And now it's firing on the base again. Infantry are in. More infantry are pressing on the other lane. Looks like it's going to be the end of a match here.
Yeah, I don't see any coming back from that range. Even if you could spawn tanks, the tank destroyers would just micro over to them and take them out.
Ooh. Which is what's happening. Is a second tank destroyer that just cleaned up the last remaining unit.
And
we're gonna call this one
final V2.
Let's see if it gets there in time.
Nope.
Oh, and that's match.
Oh, sorry guys, I hit the wrong button and switched the scene. My bad. You missed a tank destroyer destroying the base.
And a tank.
And a couple of tanks. I mean, it was really over when I hit that. I was trying to switch my my UI stuff, which I also have my hotkeys for scenes set to the F keys. So yeah. Shut up, Pesky! I'm working on it.
All right, we get that match put in.
Look, I can only do so much, Pesky. I'm tired. It's only 2 in the afternoon. I really shouldn't be up at this time.
That is a win for Splatic.
Yeah, scene collections are great. I can build them and then just give them to people. But I'm not going to give you any more, Pesky, because you've been harassing me all day. You don't get any scene collections. Take a look back at the bracket now that the match is actually over, and should update in a second. You put it in, right? So it just takes a little bit for it to update.
Yeah, I just finished putting it in.
And are we going to wait? Is Pesky?
All right.
Pesky, are you ready to fight?
I saw Naoko and Pesky chatting in the Discord earlier, so hopefully they're good to go.
All right. I'm going to create a... It's still 5-12, correct? Yes. This is the semifinals still.
Yep.
Pesky. Naoko. Fight time. Let's see how fast this lobby takes to get up. Once again, we are on Hill 512, so let's get the little map up here. Here we go. So as we saw in the last one, really the only straight lines of fire are from the north down and from the south up into the bases. But it didn't seem like no one used the middle. No, there was nothing. I think that the rush to Calliope's kind of affected his ability to control the map and push out.
Yeah.
I mean, if he had artillery or even a Calliope outside of his base doing some sort of circling, it could have cleared a couple of lanes. Or an ATG pre-placed to just counter that lane. Yeah, there was a lot. Let's see what Pesky and Naoko can do. Naoko likes to micro his planes, right? Is he going to play planes on this one, you think?
I think that makes sense. I mean, so far, every time I've seen him play, he's been playing planes. So we'll see how that goes. Regarding that past match with Dissertory, I think what we really need to see were more ATGs in base. The Calliopes are absolutely great against infantry, but their limited range makes them a fairly weak counter to tank destroyers, I think. The ATG, while not as powerful, can match it on range. And if you combine the ATG with the defensive position and then Calliopes when it gets closer, I think you'll have a much harder to bust turtle. I think using only Calliopes for the defense is where he went wrong there, just because of the extended range of the tank destroyer. And I think because of the fact that Splaticus was relying on tank destroyers is why we didn't see much action in the middle. We need those lines.
Yeah, and I definitely think there needed to be a little bit more micro on those Calliopes. He wasn't doing much with them. He was just letting them sit there.
And we got Pesky in the lobby.
Yep. Let's see who Naoko picks. There you go. That's what you want to see. Maybe I just wanted to make explosions happen more. You never know.
Calliopes are excellent for explosion. I find they're actually they're remarkably fragile units. If you can get a bead on them, I mean that's the trick really. If you can stay out of their range, they're really not hard to deal with at all. But I've had pretty good success with Wolf's Walking Stukas against the Calliopes, even though Stuka is lower damage and less range, but they're cheap. So I can mass up 2 or 3 on it pretty easily. And if you approach it from 3 different directions, can't shoot at all of them at once, and you can beat it. And I've definitely taken more Calliopes out with Stukas than anything else.
I'm definitely a fan of the walking Stukas. They're probably my favorite.
All right, it looks like we have everyone in the lobby. We're just waiting on ready ups. Oh, spoke too soon. You were there. You were the chosen one. All right, looks like we're all readied up.
Alrighty, we're gonna kick it off. Let's make sure everyone loads into the right maps. I did remind them in Discord that they're supposed to be playing Hill 512. Yep. We will see how it goes. And after this, the bracket goes to the final. Do we play the losers next, the lower bracket, and then go to the finals? I think that's how it works. Okay.
All right. And match start. All right, I see infantry coming out of the blue base, and I see units coming out of the red base, so I think we are on the right map.
All the lines look correct to me.
All right, we got a tank rolling out from Pesky's base. Looks like he's going for early control of his left great drop. And I see a blue line coming across the map.
2 tanks, or no, is that what is that? Yeah, 2 tanks and a
yep, 2 tanks and an arty.
Wow. Pushing that middle hard.
And he's got a bike coming up. Looks like he is going for early field control. Okay, you got tanks and artillery over the hill and approaching Pesky's base. Looks like, oh, he might be going for the, yeah, he's going for the anti-air guns, trying to take them out early.
Defending his arties with 2 tanks.
Yep, 2 versus 1 over here in the middle, so his tanks will probably come out ahead.
2 versus 2 now, but the arty is starting to fire on it. It's a match.
We got arty on both sides firing back. Nako's tanks are spread out a bit better, though, so they won't be so susceptible to artillery fire.
What was someone saying the other day about German artillery is stronger than American artillery?
It takes a little bit more damage. It does. I believe the damage delta is the same, but it takes a little bit more of a beating.
So in a straight-up fist fight, the German artillery will come out on top.
Yeah, you got Pesky's Jeep here. It seems to be running away from the tank. Now it's moving towards the lane, trying to get... looks like he was actually going for that crate drop, but it went to Nako.
Crate drop grab with an arty. Beautiful.
Ah, he lost the arty, though, but still. It's a ballsy move there. I like it.
There's a lot of microing in the center here. Like these tanks, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tanks just running around. Nalco tanks. And then 1 arty.
That artillery has been chasing that Jeep. He's not having a whole lot of luck with it, but he did chase it inside. I would say Nako's definitely got a strong control of the middle hill here. He's got the tanks scattered all over. And his infantry are pushing on the lanes. Oh, and we got a wave of tanks and artillery coming out of his base. It looks like he's playing mostly with the basic units. Pesky does have some infantry on his doorstep. The towers haven't taken much damage, or no damage yet.
Pesky just placed an ATG out in his base in defense. But yeah, I think Nalco just stacking as many of those basic units as possible. He's got 10 tanks out now, 2 arties.
Yeah, he's going for the chess approach, positioning his pieces for control, and then he'll make a strike. Meanwhile, he's not paying much attention to these tanks, and they're just getting wailed on by the artillery in Pesky's base. Oh, there he goes. He's backing them out now. He definitely lost a tank or 2 to that artillery, a couple of free shots. You can see Pesky's artillery trying to deal with the incoming artillery, and they're doing some damage, and it's gone. Oh, artillery standoff.
I think he's aiming for the AA gun, which I think is worth sacrificing an artillery for. If you could take down...
Yeah, especially if you've got a strong air strategy coming out. Meanwhile, Pesky's infantry are still knocking on the door. They've done a little bit of damage to the towers here, but it looks like they're getting pushed back a bit. Expect to keep an eye on this lane. Could change over pretty suddenly. The defensive AGG is getting these tanks here. It's doing a pretty decent job, but it looks like the Nako's microwaving the tanks around it. and away from the artillery. Tried to take out the ATG, and it's gone. And he lost a tank to the artillery.
Yeah, but that's a pretty nice play. He split them up, made the ATG have to focus on two things, and it just can't do that.
It was very impressive. You could see from our point of view the way he was microing the tanks in an alternating fashion. And he just picked up another crate drop on the center.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, burning a tank to kill an ATG, totally worth it, right? That's a, what, $8, $6?
It's the right economic decision, absolutely. And an ATG can be a real threat if left unchecked. You have another one on Pesky's right side that is being attacked now by a tank. The artillery is ignoring the tank. Oh!
Artillery is taking out that ATG. Boom! ATG gone. Wow. He's just keeping him in there.
He's being very aggressive about boxing him in, and he's taking care of defensive installations as soon as they pop up before they get entrenched.
Yeah, and he's got a decent spread. I mean, in the middle road right there, he's got tank, arty, another arty there. So like he's got field control, even if he loses all of his front units.
We got a Calliope on the field.
Ooh, that's we're gonna see how well Nalco can micro all these units.
It's really interesting. If you look, so far he's still just using basic units. He has no top-level units. He has no troop trucks either. He's just working with armor and artillery, and he's dominating the field. See if he can hold up against the Calliopes.
Does the Calliope and the basic arty have the same range?
I'm not sure exactly. I know it's very close. I'm not sure if it's exactly the same. The rate of fire is obviously much higher on the Calliope, and it can shoot while moving, which gives it a pretty distinct advantage.
Yeah, it does.
Pesky seems to be not moving them around as much as he should be.
He's trying to focus. Nalco's trying to focus that Calliope, but he just lost 2 tanks. He's down to 5 tanks from 10, so he's lost 5 tanks to 2 Calliopes. 3 Calliopes now.
Crate coming.
Let's see, he's gonna get it. Yeah, he will. He's got the tanks on it.
Oh yeah, he got that. Another crate to Nalco.
Now a tank destroyer. He's got 2 tank destroyers out now.
Oh, there you go. You probably drop one right before the crate and one right after.
Yep, he's...
So Pesky did a good job with those Calliopes pushing back a little to give himself some breathing room. I mean, he's still boxed in, but he's not stuck at his own front door. And it looks like he's getting the hang of keeping them in motion while they fire, which is going to give them a pretty decisive advantage.
Oh, it looks like he sent one in the lane. Oh, nope, it stopped. Okay. It gets close to the front of the base there, but the tank destroyers are just outside the range, taking out the towers. Oh, there come the Calliope shots.
The Calliope on the tank destroyer.
But Nalco has such a good
one-shotting the Calliopes.
Nalco has such a good defensive line, though. That that was a pretty risky move.
It worked, though. It was a good gamble. If the other tank destroyer is in a loop, it looks like near the center. Those Calliopes are definitely pressing out. This is a contrast to our previous game. The Calliopes were boxed in the whole time. It's nice to see them out and about on the field. It looks like Pesky is doing a better job of keeping them moving, but he still occasionally leaves them parked. That tank destroyer is coming for him.
Yeah, but
Pesky sees it, and he seems to be pulling them back. Looks like he's going to lose one. It's getting... Oh, no, he got away, it looks like.
Behind
and he's got a
the trees.
Coming out. Yeah, no, Pesky's doing, I think, a great job microing these Calliopes. He's getting a lot out of them.
Yeah, I definitely think that they shine once they get up into the center area. If you put them on loops so that they're going behind cover every so often, having multiples that can all like converge on one unit while moving and firing is pretty harsh.
Looks like, oh, no, he found his tank. It was just sitting there idle. It's taking a beating from the Calliope. Pesky's doing a really good job of pushing with the Calliope and then backing out. He just lost one, but that one has been at low health for a while, and I think he got his money's worth out of it. So it looks like the Calliopes are retaking the center here. I do not see the same sort of control Nalco had just 5 minutes ago.
There goes his last tank. Nalco has lost all of his tanks in the main area. He's down to 1 tank, 2 tank destroyers, and 1 arty.
Yeah. See if the tank destroyers can turn the tide against the Calliopes. Pesky's making excellent use of the cover on this map, and the tank destroyers are suffering for it. Ooh.
One down.
There's 1 Calliope left. tank destroyers had a good push there, but they are retreating. They know they can't compete with cover like that.
Third tank destroyer coming out now.
Yep.
Man,
Meanwhile,
this is a good back
infantry
and
lanes are
forth.
basically, the infantry lanes are almost stagnant. They are closer to Pesky's base than Nako's, but they are, well, let's see. That might be about to change. Nako's got a pretty big ball of infantry. Nope. Calliope took care of that.
Yeah, but Nalco has twice as many infantry on the board, plus 8 rocket infantry. So he's got the advantage numbers wise, but once it gets to the base, the Calliope just wipes him out. So I mean, you can get there, but if you can't do anything,
Yeah. And I think Pesky's got a pretty solid turtle in place, or at least he had one. It's a little thin at the moment. But he's definitely got the strategy for it. Oh, there's an ATG. I would not have put that far out. Yeah, no, he's... Oh, no. Oh, keep the Calliope behind cover. Yeah, there we go. He seems to just be having the Calliope rock back and forth, almost in a taunting gesture as it goes after the tank destroyers.
I think he's trying to get it. He's trying to get Nalco to not micro the tank destroyer and make it chase it.
Oh, we have a tank destroyer firing on a tower over here on Pesky's right. Left unchecked, that could be a problem. He seems like he's focusing mostly on the left. Splitting up the tank destroyer seems to be a strong strategy. There's 4 out on the field now, and they are approaching in force.
That's 2 towers down for Pesky now. And
5 tank destroyers.
Whew, almost the 3rd tower down. 3rd tower's down now.
Another tower's gone.
Wow.
Yeah, he's using the tank destroyers to systematically dismantle the defenses, and he's looks like he's just content to leave the Calliopes alone for the moment. Yeah, he's microing the tank destroyer away from the Calliope. I don't know if it's going to get away fast enough. Maybe. Might get away there. Tank destroyers approaching from the other side while the Calliopes are distracted.
Keeping those Calliopes behind cover, though, until that tank destroyer gets right up on him. Oh, but there's the long shot. 2 Calliopes down.
Yeah, that tank destroyer, that was the one that got away, I think.
Yeah.
It came back for vengeance.
Man, this tank destroyer right here. Zero
Looks like
health.
Pesky's shifting strategy for range. He started to deploy. He's got an HG. HG and Calliope for defense. I wonder if he's going to put up more HGs. That's what I would probably do in this scenario, because the tank destroyers are hard to beat on range, especially with the towers down. There's nothing stopping them from rolling down the lane.
Yeah, but I think that Pesky's base actually has a worse line for the ATGs, right? Coming out of it, it's not a straight line. It's got those bushes right there, and it's like about halfway out of the lane, so the lane curves. Where on the other base, it's a straight shot.
Yeah, you are not wrong, but the HGs, I think, can still put in a really good showing here. They are. I would not put them that far out personally. Seems like they're asking for trouble. Oh, the Calliopes are still racking up kills of units in the center.
Here comes the bazooka troops and the tank destroyer on the right side of Pesky's base. 1 ATG to stop them all.
He just dropped another one, it looks like.
Looks like he's trying to move the ATG. I would have left it.
No, because it's not going to fire until it settles down. But there is another one behind it. Okay, good. They're both firing. Oh, yep. 2 ATGs to Calliope. Oh, I hear a dive bomber.
I heard it.
Heard it, saw it. It hit the ATG, did not destroy it, but it's coming back. And there goes that ATG.
Nalco has 2 base AA, 3 base AA left, but they're in the back. So everything in the front's pretty exposed.
Yeah, that early play for the anti-air is showing its benefits now. You got a single HG and Calliope trying to fend off both lanes. That is a bad position to be in.
He's got planes out now to stop these, the dive bomber for one. But I think if he microed these planes, he could clear out this lane and get this death ball away from his base.
Yeah, a couple of passes of strafing on some planes will clear up a lot of infantry. I've definitely used it in my desperate final hours before to buy myself some time. It's a viable strategy, but he's got to worry about this armor coming in.
We got another Calliope out. Calliope? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's Calliope, but a lot of people say Calliope. I'm not really sure. I'm pretty sure it's Calliope. No, I take it back. I'm sure. It's Calliope.
Feel
I
like
don't remember where I've heard it, but
feel
I've
like
heard
it's
it. I
not
know
a
it's
very
Goliath.
World War II style vehicle. Just saying.
It is, actually. It's based on a real vehicle.
But can it fire while moving accurately?
That I'm not sure.
I thought it was just more of a mobile platform.
It might be, yeah. I'm not sure the specifications of the real-world counterpart, but I know there is a vehicle that it's based on. And it pretty much looks like that. Less cartoony, of course, but... Oh, boy, this is,
I mean, he's
this is a bit of a
turtling.
bloodbath.
He's keeping the turtle up.
He's holding it down. He's incinerating so many poor infantrymen.
But what he's
These
not
guys-
what he's not able to do though, Naoko is just stacking units. He's bouncing off that unit limiter. He's got 5 tanks,
Yeah.
2 dive bombers, or no, two fighters. I mean, he's just stacking units while Pesky is spending all his money on defense.
Yeah, no, he's got him pinned down, and yeah, you're right. The economy is just going into holding ground. He's not going to be able to compete against another wave of armor. And I think that's what we're going to see. I think we're going to see a final wave of armor come for the push. Those bazooka troops are tearing up the towers, though. The last tower.
One single tower.
The Calliope's are just incinerating these poor infantry.
We're gonna see a V2 come in here. No,
No, we got the artillery coming from Pesky. Oh, he's shooting it into the lane.
Did
he
he get
he
troop
saw
trucks?
something
Troop
coming.
trucks. He took out a couple
Yeah, it took out a few.
of the rocket troop trucks, but Naoko immediately spawned 2 more. So
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of infantry coming out of Nako's base.
oh, where's it gonna go? Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it? Where'd it go? Where's it at? There it is.
My guess is Nako. He still has dominant field control.
Dead center drop. Yep, I think Naoko's gonna get it.
He's already got a tank on its way.
He didn't grab it though. I think he's spending his money first. He's at 30.
Yep.
There we go. Now he's
calling in his V2.
Let's see if that wrecks some Calliopes.
Pesky's base is taking some heavy damage here.
Oh, man.
Oh! Yeah, I think we can call this one. Oh, and he picked up the crate. And another
Another one.
V2. Oh, that's always the worst. Just back-to-back V2s. I don't know if it's going to get here in time. The base is taking a lot of fire.
It's not even aiming for the base. He's taking out all the stuff in front of it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Pesky's
that's it.
done for.
that'll be a victory for Nako. And a first defeat for Pesky. Good games.
Yeah, it looks like they were both playing with the tank. Just the basic units. Tank and artillery are their most deployed.
Yeah, that was really interesting to see just the sheer amount of field control that Nako pulled off using just basic units. I mean, it was definitely.
Are you
the chess
being
strategy.
swatted right now? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, it's just New York. Hey, I appreciate Pesky's comments in the Discord. TDs are whack. Good game. The Twitch chat is having a debate. It looked like about the pronunciation of Calliope. The word is
Calliope.
Calliope.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Put into the bracket there.
So our next map is So we're going into Naoko versus Kangar? Wait, Naoko didn't.
Hold on, something's going
Something's
on here.
wonky here.
Yeah.
It's you marked him as DQ'd.
I did not mark him as anything. I think there may have been some sort of time.
I think there was a timer. Yeah.
Yeah, let me ping Alex. Alex.
While he's doing that, I'm going to make up this nifty new thing that I've got. We're going to change some of these images around here. So bear with me. I am going to get these.
Even from moderator mode, I can't override this. That doesn't really seem valid. I'm supposed to have magic powers here.
Magic.
Here we go. Edit results. Not a DQ. Just, go.
Alrighty. Yeah, we're gonna show you. Look, we got these nice, nifty stat things. I just gotta get them all on here real quick, so bear with me. They are super awesome, and I appreciate Alex sending me all of this stuff so I can make stuff pretty. And I left my audio on so I can talk to you while I'm doing things.
Okay, I think I got it fixed.
So what does our next matchup look like?
All right, so it looks like we're going to have Pesky versus Kangar in the loser's quarterfinal. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure the bracket's correct now. It was all right. So we got it looks like Pesky, Cashew, and Kangar will be our quarterfinal match. We will go ahead and ping them in the chat.
I think my OBS just crashed.
Uh-oh. Stream is still running.
But can you hear me talking in it?
I don't know. I haven't muted me.
Because I'm pretty sure it just froze. You can hear me talking.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Well, what? I can't do anything in OBS. It froze. I don't have a solution for this because I can't close anything in OBS. I can't change my scenes. Let's see if this works. Pacha! Did it change scenes? Nope.
It did not.
Nope. All right. Well, I'm going to have to force close OBS. We'll be right back.
Meanwhile, Splaticus was suggesting that we should actually be finishing out the winner of bracket until the grand final, then start the bracket.
Is that... I mean, that makes sense. I didn't know how many more... Winner of C. Winner of... Splaticus.
Yeah, I don't think... Hold on. Right now, because winner of C is going to be...
Oh, yeah. That's Pesky or Nauco. So
Right.
It was Pesky. No, it was Nauco. So Splaticus versus Nauco is happening now. And then all of the losers bracket plays. And then it's loser versus winner. But I gotta kill OBS. It's not working. Why won't you die, OBS? Die!
Okay, yeah, so we're showing...
I'm not even seeing OBS in my task manager. Doesn't make any sense. How can I can't kill a process that I cannot find, computer? Close window. Close window. Force kill. Alt F4. Dude. What is happening? There it is. OBS Studio. OBS Studio, die. Alrighty. We're back. I can hear myself. Now I just made an echo in the stream. Whoops. We're back. I have a lobby up. We are playing on Magno. And it is going to be Splaticus versus Pesky. No, Splaticus versus Nauko. I know how brackets work, people. All right, let's look at the bracket. Yes, Splaticus versus Nauko. And then that'll be the end of the winners group, and we're going to go over to the losers final, or losers quarterfinal, then the losers semifinal, and the losers final, and then we'll finish with the grand final, which is a best of 3 maps, correct?
Yep.
All right. I think we understand what's happening here. Wait, no. Why is Pesky in my lobby?
That's probably my fault because I got myself all turned around.
Get out of my lobby, Pesky.
Yeah, that was on me. Sorry, Pesky.
Alrighty. Yeah, so we have these beautiful map scenes that I just made on the fly. We're not playing on Hill 512. We are playing on
Magno.
I think I broke this.
Oh, don't tell me that.
Yeah,
your stream is solid black. Seeing
what?
The screen.
So I overrode. Damn it! I meant to. Duplicating scenes is a pain in the butt.
Okay, there we go. Now we got.
What's the? We're playing on Magno.
Yep.
This.
You.
Out. Now. There we go. Magno. And we have a Beaumont versus a... I can't say that. Gallant. We're starting the game because I gave away their classes.
They're ready to.
So we got Beaumont here and the little fancy dossier. Got their specialty units, the anti-tank gun, the flame tank, and the mobile arty, which is also known as a Calliope. And then we have Gallant.
All right, here we go. Operation Daylight.
Who has basically the counter to Beaumont, I would say. Would you say that?
Yeah, I would say that's fair. The range on the tank destroyer does make it very formidable against the Calliopes.
And here we go back into the gameplay.
All right, and our old friend Splaticus with his troop trucks. Every match, just like clockwork, 3 out.
Planes coming out early from Nauko.
You tend to see a lot of plane action on this map just because of its size. Planes can cross it faster than anything else, and you can really do a lot of damage with air dominance.
I'm just confused that Nauko's not playing his air divisions that he's so good at.
Well, I think he probably knows that he's already got an air advantage here, and being able to also use armor with it is especially valuable. Especially on this map, air and armor are both, I think, equally valued. I mean, especially with the 4 bridges.
With that. Yeah.
And you're seeing what I'm gonna now deem the trademark Nauko flip when he's piloting his planes.
Oh, so Sporks is saying that Nauko wants to learn new divisions, so he's using us as guinea pigs, is what I'm hearing.
That's fair. It's fair. I mean, what else does Zeus do when he gets bored?
Well,
got the first
he
crate
bangs a lot of
down,
random humans and spawns half gods, demigods.
That's one way to go. Looks like Splaticus is gonna get that crate. And there it is. Splaticus got the first.
Not seeing a whole lot of action. There's a dive bomber coming out from Splaticus. Yep. Is he going to hit that center tank? Boom!
See? Oh!
Only half damage?
But the tank survived.
Just over, or just under half damage, so it'll actually take 3 hits, it looks like, to take that tank out? That seems like a lot of dive bomber.
It does vary a little bit. I've definitely seen them taken out with 1 or 2 hits. Right? And we have a tank and artillery combo coming out of Nauko's base coming up on this upper lane. Who looks like it might be joining his units up here with the crit drop holding it.
Splaticus has a death ball already at the gates and is taking out towers.
That he does. See how? Yeah, he's bringing the planes back. Get a straight run will clear up that death ball pretty quick. Just like that. Yep. Meanwhile, he's bringing out troop trucks and artillery to start building up his turtle. Meanwhile, he's got pretty decisive map control. It's interesting. You don't usually see players go in this order. Usually they secure their base and then they expand out. Nako went for a very aggressive push and got map control and now is securing his base just as the enemies are arriving.
Oh, but that dive bomber took out 2 units.
Yes, it did. Good splash damage. Nako's now backing the tanks up. He got one tank in reverse. Looks like synchronized swimmers. It's very nice. He's got jeeps going over the bridge. Looks like he's going to do a little jeep rush on the infantry coming out of the base. Splaticus is at the top of his money bar. So, and what did he spend it on? Looks like an unlock. I don't think any units came out.
Man, those artillery in Naoko's base, man, they can hit all the way up to that bridge. So it's just stopping that lane way away.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a gamble, I think, going for map control and then defense, but it seems to have played off quite well since he's taken advantage of the artillery's range. And the fact that this map has 3 natural choke points, everyone coming in. Even if most maps you can go off lane and have options. But imagine, you're basically stuck. Bridge.
Oh, absolutely.
Nako's planes are clearing a path for the infantry. Doesn't look like Splaticus has a whole lot in the way of air control, but he's brought out his first tank destroyer. And it has destroyed its first tank. That's how that goes.
Here comes anti-tank gun to the middle of the map.
An interesting thing about this map is the ranged units like the anti-tank gun and tank destroyers are very powerful because they can shoot over these ridges.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
So you're stuck with the choke point, but you're still getting peppered with long-range shots. Pretty tricky. I want to see if we end up with a face-off between the tank destroyer and the ATG. The tank destroyer can win, I think. It can do a little bit more damage. It can take a little bit more damage. It's not going to come out looking pretty, but I think it'll win. But that's if you can get it in position without the ATG getting a couple of free shots on it. Which the ATG seems distracted, so... Oh! We have another ATG on the other side. This tank destroyer is now pinned. Sort of funny to actually see the ATGs shooting at infantry.
I was going to say, if he actually microed these ATGs to the tank destroyer, they'd both have lines of sight, but they're just shooting... They're letting the tank destroyer get up on him.
That tank destroyer seems to just be looping, but he's firing at it now.
I think it's protected, though. Is it on the bridge? Is it in a protected state?
It does appear that the ATGs can't hit it directly.
There's another
one can.
Straight down the lane. Oh, man. He did lose the one on the left to a dive bomber, but he's got anti-air coming out to defend against those.
Yeah,
That's
and
a
the dive
lot of
bomber made an
planes.
attempt on the right side one, but didn't quite kill it.
1, 2. 2 planes down now. Splaticus had a decent amount of air control, though.
That he does. He's got quite a few fighters out there. And it looks like Nako's down to just the one plane. See how much longer that one lasts.
But that ATG is in a great spot, looking straight down that bridge.
Yeah. And the second ATG is taking up a similar spot on the left bridge. Or Nako's left, I'd say.
Yep.
Well, the dive bomber is here to... Oh, the dive bomber took out the escort jeep and damaged the ATG. Looks like he's bringing the anti-aircraft over to try to protect it. But there's not a whole lot to protect the anti-air, so let's see.
Another ATG going out, but he wasn't really controlling it, and he ran it right past infantry.
Oh, and a crate drop. Been a while. See? Comment's coming on Nako's far right, which he's got control. Oh, he just lost another ATG.
Yeah, he really needs to get a little bit more air control before sending ATGs that far up. I would put him back on his side of the bridges and some AA around them.
I would definitely recommend more AA and more fighters. So the trick, especially with the dive bombers, you definitely want to have fighters start intercepting it before it begins its dive run, and AAs to shoot it as it's coming down. Like this, the way they're spread out, by the time the dive bomber is making its run, it's going to be more or less out of the firing range of that AA, so it'll be up to the fighters.
That's true. And he's just going to keep spamming ATGs out into the middle here. He's got 3 up now. He's basically corked this far right bridge. Naoko has.
I mean, he's got control over it, but I wouldn't say it's corked. It's not a very firm control. That ATG is quite weak. It's taking a lot of damage. I don't think it's long for this world. His early map control has definitely been strongly challenged. Vladicus has a single tank on the, and an artillery, a tank destroyer and an artillery, controlling the upper crate drop.
That Artie is going to take out these ATGs if Naoko doesn't move them real quick.
I believe that is the plan. And boom, first shot. You know what? I'm impressed that this ATG is still here. I think Spadicus
Oh,
is not too
Naoko
worried
is
at this
using
moment.
fighters against the Artie, and that doesn't do any damage if I'm not mistaken.
It does. I mean, enough fighters, enough time, you'll certainly take it out, but it's definitely not a strong counter. And with the ATG's low movement speed, it's going to be tricky to get it out of the range. It doesn't even look like they're moving. It seems to just be trying to kill the artillery instead of moving the ATG. The artillery's taking quite a bit of damage, though.
But there come Splaticus's fighters to do some damage as well. The
There goes
ATG
the
goes
ATG.
down. Naoko seems to be a little bit more reactive on this map. With he's moving the ATGs, they're getting taken down. He's sending in fighters, they're getting taken down. Then he's sending in AA. It seems to be very reactive. He's now pushing that tank destroyer hard with 3 tanks.
And an artillery. The artillery is getting challenged by another tank destroyer.
He took out 1 with 3 tanks.
Yeah, that artillery is gonna have a bad day here. That tank destroyer is coming for it. This ATG placement is interesting in that it allows it to shoot up the hill at the tank destroyer, which is now challenging with more tanks. And it's
Oh, wow. That is a good spot. I didn't think about that.
Yeah. Nako's towers took a little bit of a beating, but he's pushing back on this right lane. And that ATG is still there, and that crate is still there.
That AA needs to get closer to its defensive unit that's trying to save. He just lost 2. Oh no, he sent the ATG across the bridge. It's on the far side now. And taking out, is shooting at towers. Now he's moving his AA up on top of it, trying to keep it alive. He put it in a loop around it. Let's see if I can save it. Oh, but a couple of motorcycle rushes and he's out.
Yeah, ATGs are very powerful, very long range, but they fire pretty slowly, and if you can give them a fast-moving target to track them, you can actually take them out with some cheap stuff. I think I'm having a glitch here. I see floating infantry.
Floating infantry?
Yeah, it looks like my observer mode might be having a case of Sundays.
Oh, we all have that from time to time.
Yeah, I see infantry shooting across the map at each other. I think that'll be the end of my cast for this match.
All right, well, I'll keep it going. I'm seeing everything correctly as far as I can tell. I don't think anyone's seen anything going weird. You could definitely, I'm not running on a delay, so if you wanted to, you could cast off of my screen.
I can give it a shot.
Might be a little bit delayed. I think it's like 6 seconds.
Okay, well, so on your cast, I'm seeing a lot of Nako's infantry pushing up against the bazooka infantry on the rightmost bridge. A lot of explosions. It looks like there's an ATG back there firing over the bridge. And we got a lot of contention going on here.
It doesn't, I mean, Splaticus hasn't really got across the bridges effectively. He's had some units make it, and he had a death ball at the beginning all the way to the base, but since then, he's been pinned behind these bridges.
Yeah, I'm such as life on Manchino. If you have control, especially of that center island, if you can maintain even tenuous control over it, you can basically lock the other player in.
The good news with it, though, is that he's maintaining his distance up to the bridges with just infantry and rocket troops, so he's able to save his money and spend it on other things. He doesn't have to be sending tanks and tank destroyers out to keep people out of his base. They're not trying to push his base right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, he definitely has control of his local half of the lane, but that upper lane could become a point of contention soon. Looks like Nako's infantry are pushing hard on it. It might be worth, bring the camera over there, take a look at it. He's got jeeps and infantry coming down, and he's got some tanks there, it looks like.
I think those tanks are just there for defense. I don't think he's using them to push at all. But here comes the tank destroyer out now.
Well, see, he's definitely pushing on this lane. I think if he's got Splaticus stuffed up in the other lanes, this is where you're going to see most of your contention. It's really interesting. I can see Nako's tanks moving on my local stream, but I don't see anything else. Like, I don't see that tank destroyer. It's not there on my screen.
Like that tank destroyer is rocking full reverse. Oh, it spun around and insta-killed the tank. And another tank.
Oh.
Wow, that's harsh.
Oh,
and
hey,
another tank.
It just appeared on my screen. I saw it kill that last tank.
It's just killed 3 tanks with 0 effort.
The infantry are completely...
Here comes a push from Nalco. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tank line and a Artie coming up on the left side of his base. The Artie is in front though. It needs to be behind. It's going right at the tank destroyer.
That Artie definitely needs to take a breather and wait for the tanks to get past it.
Dead. Too late.
Oh. Yeah, that didn't go well.
5 tanks should be able to take out a tank destroyer though, right?
It'll be close. Those tanks, some of them aren't in great shape, it looks like, but... Oh, the tank destroyer's running away.
He's chasing it. Oh, he gave up. I don't know if that's somewhere you can really give up because the tank destroyer's range, he can just roll up to the road right there and shoot down at him. They got to be behind that cover, otherwise they're going to get picked off. Okay, he got him in a good spot. He might hurt him back.
Nope, they are hiding.
Here they come.
That tank destroyer's coming back.
Get your hand out of my screen.
Like World War II peekaboo here.
Tank destroyer is down, and he lost just 1, so he's got 4 tanks up there still. We've got Arties, we've got ATGs, got AA coming out from Nalco. Man, there's a lot of heavy infantry here. These rockets, man.
He's pushing hard with those rocket troopers, but he can't get over that bridge with them. And that one artillery is just hanging out. I wonder if we're going to see a dive bomber come for that artillery soon, because that artillery right now is what's got that lane stopped. First and foremost, the infantry are helping, but the artillery is definitely stopping them right there.
I think Spalatic... Where's this dive bomber at? I don't even see it.
I don't know.
I know he has one. There it is. Dive bombing the ATG. He needs to take out that Artie though before it goes down, before he loses that dive bomber.
Oh, too late.
Man.
Yeah, that artillery right there really needs to be dealt with. I'm surprised that he didn't go for that first, considering it was killing all the infantry in the ACG. I don't think was doing comparable damage in the case. It didn't even kill the ATG, it looks like, so definitely should have gone for the artillery, I think. But, you know, hindsight 2020. Looks like Nako's got another ATG coming out, taking control of, I think, the left bridge?
Ooh, he's getting long shots on that tank destroyer there from the ATG. And it's out. Tank destroyer goes down.
Oh, yeah. No, like I said, ranged weapons firing over the crevasses in this map are interesting dynamic. Seeing a lot of planes going down every couple of seconds. Looks like there's a pretty fierce battle going on for air control.
It sounds like Discord is having a bit of a confusion about the timer in the bracket is throwing DQs out because we're so far past how long it took.
Oh, yikes.
So you may want to explain to them how this is going to continue to play. Let's see, where is this? Where are you at, plane? There it is. Dead center? Dead? Nope. Far right. Yep. Nalco's got that drop locked down. spending more money on ATGs. He hasn't got any Calliopes, though. Or Calliopes, or whatever they're called. He hasn't got any. And I would think that that's something you would want. I mean, 5 ATGs is a lot. You only need a couple to cover this map.
On a map like this, I don't actually think 5 ATGs is a lot, to be totally honest with you, because you sort of leapfrog them. You get control of, the middle portion, and then as your troops push over the bridges, you start dropping ATGs on that side. But there's a good chance you're going to get pushed back a couple of times. So you don't want to move up your middle ATGs and lose them, because then you're going to start back from square one. So 5 ATGs on this map, I think, actually makes sense. I'd expect to see maybe a couple of more. I'm really shocked that there's no Calliopes. So
he does have a lot of tanks, though. A lot of basic units. He's got 6 Jeeps out, 7 tanks, and 5 fighters. So that's a lot of tier 1 units. And you just
tier 1 units still have a place, even in late game. They, at the very least, they're distracting. You have to deal with any unit, if ignored, can deal a great deal of damage. So at the very least, they've got distraction value. They do a decent amount of damage still, especially when balled up. I mean, late game tier 1 units, I think, makes a lot of sense. This amount of them is maybe a little bit high, but it looks like Nako's trying to do his chess-like strategy of get full control of the map and then press on the final base.
Yeah. Hey, do you want to let Pesky and Kangar know that they can fight without a cast? Because I feel like this game is going to take a little while, and I don't want them to be waiting on us to continue the day.
Yeah. That's fine.
They are playing, what is the lower bracket map that they are going to be playing, so we can let the folks at home know?
Yeah, losers round 1 will be on Chateau Todd.
Chateau Todd.
That's actually one of my favorite maps to cast on, so it's a bit of a shame, but I understand. It's a very dynamic map. It's very small, but there's a lot of action on it. There's a lot of clever little points to place units. Given the size of that map, I think that's the one where unit placement actually matters the most, because just a little bit of change has a massive change in the implications.
It looks like Nalco is finally making his push. He's got his ATGs up on Splaticus' side, shooting into his base and at his towers, plus an AA gun to defend them, and a couple of planes as well. Couple of fighters.
That's a very strong strategy. A lot of people try to use the AA offensively, and it doesn't tend to go very well, because the ground AA is actually not that powerful. It can't defend itself against ground units. It's pretty fragile. The real use for ground AA is to protect your fighters. Like for air dominance, you want fighters, but to keep your fighters alive, you want ground AA. So what you see from a lot of the better players is you'll see sort of a column of death, if you will, of an AA on the ground, planes overhead moving, and anything that gets too close to it, plane-wise, will get taken out pretty quickly. But you still gotta protect the ground AA. But It's definitely better when paired with planes and used in that manner. I think it's a far more effective use.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like Nalco is wiping out Splaticus' air defenses. He's only got 1 fighter and 1 bomber up still,
and
to 7 of Nalco's fighters
firing on the towers.
Yep. And he's focusing on that bomber, trying to stop it from taking out his ATG. There it goes.
Still, he's making it expensive. Oh no, the ATG survived that. Never mind. It was the Jeep that exploded.
One of the towers is about to go down.
1 tower down.
Never mind. It is done. It has gone down.
1 tower down. Another tower very close behind it. The HGG is just getting basically free shots on the towers because they're well protected. And see, yeah, so he's got 8 HGGs now. So you're seeing the leapfrog that we were discussing earlier. He's got forward HGGs now positioned, and they're doing damage on the base. And the rear HGGs are there just in case he gets pushed back. It takes a while to get there. I mean, we're at nearly 22 minutes on the clock, but it's worth it to have that sort of field control.
Yeah, and
another crate coming down.
His middle island control looks amazing. I mean, he's got tanks, he's got ATGs, arties, he's got AA. So even if Splaticus did manage to stop his aggressive assault and push back across the bridges, I don't know if he'd be able to push any farther than the middle island.
Oh, you got an ATG in the middle there firing on the other towers. There's 9 ATGs on the field now.
And Splaticus does not have any units that can really counter this. He's got 1 tank up and 1 bomber up. There comes the tank destroyer, but getting the tank destroyer out of the base, man, is going to be impossible.
No, he's got a solid choke point there now.
That is a lot of tanks. This left side on Nalco's side is looking real strong for this push.
Oh yeah, no, and he's still got that AA trucking around, cleaning up. Oh, it's in the lane. Oh, he's got it. He's pulling it out of the lane. I get anxiety when I see anti-air trucks in lane. It seems like a good way to get them killed.
All right, this tank destroyer is coming out now. It's trying to get this ATG. It takes down 1. Is it going to take a tank out? Oh, but it's getting shot from across the valley.
Yep, and that's where those back ATGs are still providing value. And that tank destroyer is hauling ass back to the base. He did not sign up for this.
Took out.
He's coming around for another shot.
He got 1.
Oh.
He got another tank destroyer out. He's got 2 in the base now. Trying to pick up.
Those troops are in the front
there it
door.
goes.
Oh, there you go.
Man, the range on those ATGs. On a flat open map, I don't know what I would do about it, honestly.
I would cry.
Cry's a good option.
You have Naka's infantry pushing up now on the right lane, but there's still a tower there. Tanks and ATGs, so they're not going to get very far. And you can see now he's just compressing Splaticus in. He's slowly wearing him down. And so now, like I mentioned before, the leapfrog. So nearly all of his 40 ATGs are gone. There goes another one. His tank's pretty much gone. His infantry are getting pushed back. So he pushed in, did a lot of damage, got kicked back, but he still has field control. So now he just regroups and goes for another push. It's going to be really hard to bust out of this.
Honestly, at this point, I think I'd save my money up and get an arty shot right into the base and see how much stuff I could take out, because there's troop trucks all over the place. There's tank destroyers there. It might be worth spending the money, because I don't think he needs more units at this point.
I think I would disagree with you there. I don't think you'd get the value you need out of the arty shot. I think a pack of tanks with an artillery behind them can do quite a lot of damage, especially when you're just trying to go and hose through a lane. You got AAs coming out there, still trying to get control. You got Flameboy in the chat suggesting a Calliope in front of the enemy base would be useful, and he's probably correct there.
Yeah, definitely. Just circling around in that open field right there would be really difficult to counter.
I've done something similar with Wolf's Stukas. You just roll a couple of them up to the base and put them in a loop, and they can pretty much clear out a courtyard before they get killed.
Here it comes. He's spawning troop trucks now in the front of the base.
Oh, ballsy.
Yeah, he's trying to push hard. He's already at 83. Where's this rocket going? I don't think it got anything.
I'm not sure I didn't see it.
At least not anything worthwhile, but he's definitely moved his forward base all the way up to Splaticus's doorstep.
It's really interesting. Splaticus's left lane is making a hard push for the bridge, while his right lane's getting punched in by Knockout's troops.
Here it comes. Here's the death ball. Nope.
Firing on the infantry. And that one tank destroyer hiding among the troop trucks, trying to stave off the infantry.
There's so many red units over here.
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah. And those AA trucks are still just racking up kills. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point I would definitely have started putting Calliopes over there just to begin mopping up and getting control.
Right, that splash damage. Once they're all so packed into the base,
Right. You've got it's a hard to bust ball there. He's turtling really good, but it's one blob, and a Calliope just doing some laps really messed that up.
There's an arty coming out. Defensive arty.
It's a little too far forward, but let's see. Oh, it's protected by the barrier. It might be okay. Those infantry might have something to say about it, though.
Yeah, I think that the infantry death ball right there, I think, is going to wreck it before anything else does. I don't...
Just repositioning it.
He's got an arty. He's got three tank destroyers. He doesn't have any tanks. I think he needs some standard tanks to deal with these infantry.
Yeah. Or even a couple of fighters that can just strafe from close range. The AA trucks are pretty far back.
That
is that
also
a troop
work.
truck going into the base? Oh no! Oh no! Oh!
He did use his dive bomber though and took out that ball of infantry in his base. The positioning on the ATG or the tank destroyer and the arty right there though are not very great. They are super exposed to a straight line shot. Right there.
Yeah, it looks like Malcolm's infantry are back at the front door. All the towers down now, so it's just a matter of knocking.
No base damage has been dealt yet, though, which is impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Spartacus is definitely he's holding on as hard as he can with this turtle here. Ultimately, I don't see any way that he's breaking out of this. I think, given that Nako's definitely got control of the of his rightmost lane now.
Here come the tanks.
Yep, that's what I was going to suggest, and there they are. Oh, that dive bomber earned its paycheck.
Yeah, dive bomber plus a couple of arties.
Wow.
Laying some heavy fire down. Yeah.
Oh,
those tanks didn't even make it inside.
No, they did not. Oh, what a turtle.
Wow.
Oh boy.
But all the artillery is gone. And so
there's one left. There's one left. Oh, never mind. It's gone.
We got 2 tank destroyers, 1 tank destroyer, 1 brand new tank destroyer to defend the base. But he's getting shot by ATGs.
And we have base damage finally on Splaticus's base.
Yeah.
Oh, he's bringing that ATG right in there. Look at that.
That ATG that's outside of everything's range is just going to sit there and pound on that base. Yeah, there's nothing. This is the end. There's no way.
I would be very, very surprised if Splaticus came back from this, but he fought really hard. That was an excellent turtle. I think if he had focused a little bit more on tanks, like you were mentioning earlier, against those infantry, he might have been able to push back and flex a little bit. But yeah, his base is taking hits now at the end of this. Oh, and victory for Nako and defeat for Splaticus.
Alrighty, so if we go back and look at the bracket scene,
I am gonna need to probably DQ both of them. Give me a moment.
we're gonna ignore that. But Nauko won, so Nauko is in our grand final against Splaticus or Pesky Cashew. So that's the next game, right? Yeah, that's.
Let's take a look at the bracket. Should be correct now, I hope. Yep. Okay, so Nako's in our grand final, and now we will go to Pesky Cashew versus Kangar, which I believe they actually just started playing already. So.
It looks like Kangar. Wait, Pesky Cashew versus Kangar was the losers quarterfinal. Oh, so we're watching the losers semifinal. Pesky and Disratory?
Oh, hold on. So I believe the losers quarterfinal is currently ongoing. They were discussing jumping on. That was when they were talking about going without a cast.
Yeah, but I think Kangar crashed.
Oh, I have not been keeping up.
Operation Daybreak. Well, let's go to my map scene. We'll talk about the next map. We have Operation Daybreak. Let me pull up that map right now. Daybreak, daylight, whatever you want to call it.
Day something.
So this is the next map we will be seeing for the losers round 2. Quarterfinal? Semifinal? Semifinal. I think. So I will get a lobby up and set.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out. It looks like, yeah, it seems like Kangar was forfeiting due to crashes. Waiting to see how this plays out.
I am going to throw everyone over to a Be Right Back scene while we work on the crazy bracket and get everyone in the next game. We will be right back after a message from our sponsors. Alrighty, we are back. At least I'm back. I don't know about Photo yet. I think he's still coming.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, he's here. All right. We are back, and everyone is in the lobby. We are playing Operation Daylight, and I am going to start, I guess.
Yeah,
This
get it
should
started.
be an entertaining match. Here we go. So we've got Pesky playing his normal Beaumont division, and we have Disratory playing, what's his face? Ritter? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I know my division names.
That's fun for me to watch. I could have helped you out there, but it was fun to watch you work your way through. All right, let's see. Yeah, it looks like Pesky's got an early start, sending a unit out to try to control that center crate drop. I don't know what unit. Oh, it's a tank. All right.
It's a very small map for an air unit, or an air division, I think.
I've seen it played very effectively on this map. It's tricky, but it's doable. Especially Von Ritter's bombers on this map actually work pretty well because they can quickly go out, make an attack, and get back behind the base's protection without having a lot of flight time exposed.
Yeah, that is true.
Now it looks like Pesky has given up. Nope, never mind. That's the second tank. He's going for the Overlook, where Destroyer's already positioned some artillery. Oh, and the first tower damage. This Overlook can be a crucial swing point for this map here.
Oh my god, this map is so small.
Oh, yeah. Pesky's got a tank there, but it's taking a beat from the artillery, so I don't think it's going to hang around. Oh, and taken out by a Henschel. And it looks like Destroyer is moving his artillery up to that Overlook. You'll see probably a lot of fighting over this Overlook. It's a very key strategic point because artillery here can fire on each other's towers. Get the Henschel overhead watching guard. Meanwhile, it looks like Pesky's sending out a Jeep and a tank to try to take it back. So the thing that makes it super useful, being really close to the base, also makes it very risky. You can have fast units like Jeeps come out and open fire on your artillery before it has a chance to react. So we've seen this Overlook trade hands 3 times now.
I believe so. We've got 2 Henschels out doing damage, though, and baiting Pesky's fighters into a defensive AA.
Yep. And let's not lose track of the far lane over here with the third crate drop point. Looks like it's basically neutral, but Pesky's got some artillery there, shelling Destroyer's infantry, and now his troops are pushing forward. If that artillery is left unchecked, you could see some pretty interesting action on that outer lane there. And we have crate drop coming. That's our first crate drop.
There we go.
Gonna be
Dead center? Yep.
dead center. So Pesky's got that RD down there. Looks like he'll get it. Is anything really coming to challenge it? Yep, crate to Pesky. Meanwhile, Pesky's already at both of Destroyer's front doors with infantry. His towers are taking damage. It's an early strong push from Destroyer with the artillery, but it did not pay out for him, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it was definitely costly. It was, 3 artillery or 4 artillery? That's a lot of early spending. Even though they're basic units, that stacking them like that's a lot.
Especially for Von Ritter, since he's an air division, he has a bit of a premium on his armor cost. So it was a very expensive opener for Von Ritter. Looks like Pesky's got a single tank up there guarding the Overlook just to make sure it doesn't get used against him.
Ooh, there goes a half track to the Overlook.
Oh no! Oh, the half tracks are so annoying. Yep, and he's destroyed the tank. The half tracks are fast, deal a decent bit of damage, and are heavily armored. So they can be a real nuisance. If you've got entrenched artillery, half track is your worst nightmare. Now, his Pesky's artillery is getting free shots on this one. I like to think it's revenge for the brothers of it that's been killed by half tracks. Nope, half track is retreating into the base.
Destroyer has a ton of air control right now. He's got 6 fighters up and 1 Henschel.
Surprised you wouldn't see more Henschels considering the amount of armor he's up against. And Pesky's got that AA in the middle that could be a bad day for him. And we have a crate drop here on the far lane. It's like, does anybody want it? Anyone? I'll take it.
I see nobody.
Nobody's going for it.
They're too busy
they got
fighting
another
over the
half
middle.
track. Yeah, the half track's coming out in the middle, challenging Pesky's artillery, it looks like.
Do they know that there's a crate right there? Like,
I'm not sure that they do. Oh, the half track and the artillery is gone, and Pesky lost a tank. So overall, that half track was money well spent. New AA truck coming down from Pesky. I don't think anyone sees this crate. I'm amazed. It looks like Districtori's planes are trying to stem the flow of infantry, but they don't appear to be firing.
they do not.
His planes are just looping, it looks like. We got HEG and AA trucks in the middle from Pesky. Oh, Henschel took out one of the AA trucks, but the other AA truck took it out.
Yeah, I would definitely be stacking Henschels now that you know that you're fighting an armored division. It's
Oh,
so
yeah,
easy to
especially.
just plop shots onto them.
Yeah, that HEG's having a field day just picking at towers. I mean, he's already 2 towers down in Districtori's base, and his HEG and infantry are working on the other 2. He's got a really strong push here.
Oh, he just lost 2 Henschels, 3 Henschels to those AA stacks.
4. Yeah,
Oh, man.
That stack of AA is it's murdering. And he's positioned an ATG in the far lane, or at least he's trying to.
He's trying to. That
We have
that driver doesn't know what he's doing.
Oh god, that driver's clearly from New York City. All right, that ATG is down and firing. This crate is still sitting here.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that crate.
I think maybe they just didn't notice it. Oh yeah, those AA trucks are earning their pay. They're cleaning up planes.
Oh, but the
This Henschel still
Henschels,
has a lot, but
Henschels are outside the map coming into that AA. Or ATG,
Oh.
and it's going down.
yeah, ATG's gone, but looks like he's gonna lose at least.
Oh,
There's
man.
a Henschel. Oh, this is a bloodbath. But first damage on Districtori's base. Some of the infantry got inside. We've got infantry and armor coming up on the inner lane. District doesn't really. All right, he's bringing out some tanks. He's been basically fighting quite effectively with aircraft, but he's bringing out the tanks now to stem this. He's got a flame tank.
Flame
Flame tanks do
tank
deep structural
focusing
damage. It's
on the
gonna-
base.
oh, yeah. Yeah, flame tank does good structural damage. It's eating at the base pretty well. But it's not going to last much longer. It looks like the infantry and the Henschels are on it. And there it goes. Still, it took out, what?
A
30% of the base's health on
third
its
of
own?
the base, yeah.
And now the infantry are firing on the base and on the other infantry.
Oh, it looks like
He's
Pesky
got
finally
those
got
tanks.
that crate.
Oh, good. Districtori's got these tanks just sitting in the front here, and this infantry shooting at the base, and these tanks are just sitting here.
I think he's a little distracted with the plane micro happening here.
Yeah, but there's guys shooting his base.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening.
He's moving.
But he's
there we
sending
go.
him out. He's not even stopping.
No, they're definitely, the tanks are now
Oh, okay.
firing. There we go.
A new line of tanks came out.
And the original tanks, at least some of them have. Oh, they're going down the lane. It looks like he's going to try to push back.
Let's see it.
And he's doing strafing runs to clear the infantry. This might actually work out pretty well because Pesky sent a lot
Oh,
of
there's
stuff
a
in.
Calliope.
Oh no.
That's
Yeah,
gonna wreck
never
those
mind.
tanks. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, if those Calliopes weren't in place, the strategy might have worked.
Two
but-
of them out now.
Oh, there's one tank left. And it's gone. Oh, that was rough.
I don't see Districtory getting another push together and coming back
No.
from that. Man,
Not against Calliopes like that. It was strong. I mean, if Pesky hadn't rushed those Calliopes out, I mean, there's an ATG in the base, but I think the tanks could have rushed it.
he's got to use the Henschels to take out those Calliopes.
Yeah.
But it seems like he's having trouble microing and focusing on what Pesky is doing.
Pesky's got a pretty good AA truck screen out there, so the Henschels are having a hard time operating. And we got another crate going to Pesky, it looks like. Yep.
Doesn't look like his Henschels are shooting either. I don't know if he's not getting the motion right and it's not targeting or what, but okay, there they are. Now they're starting to shoot.
Yeah, I mean, his regular fighter planes were definitely strafing well before, so I'm not sure.
He got one AA. He's only got one AA to deal with now. And
See, another option.
7 Henschels.
Oh, the Calliopes. Yeah, no, that's gonna be a bad day. I would have suggested that he focus on the heavy bomber, but I don't think he can get it out in time. His base is now taking damage again.
Yeah,
And there's Calliope firing on the base. That's gonna be match.
Woo!
greatly disappointed me, Commander. I have nothing else to say.
Well, that was that match.
9:35. Good game. Pesky Cashew Districtory. Put that in as a win.
So we'll go back over to this bracket scene. So Pesky won. So now it is Splaticus versus Pesky.
Yep, that'll be our losers finals, Bloodicus versus Pesky, and then whoever wins that will go against Nako in the grand final.
Splaticus versus Pesky is on Forest's Edge, which I do not have a map for, so we're just going to have to use the in-game view. Swap this back over to...
Forest Edge is still just about my favorite map. I know it's not a well-loved map. Sure, I'm going to get crap for it in the chat, but Forest Edge is a great map. Best map. Forest Edge makes Final Assault great again.
Best map. That's saying a lot. I
love this map.
I honestly cannot remember if I have played this map or not.
This map is great. This map has everything. It's got long, straight areas. It's got woods to hide in. It's got water features. It's just a beautiful map. It's got multiple lanes. There are outward towers, not just the towers in your base. There's some forward towers. I love this map. I don't understand why people hate this map. I think it's actually one of the better designed maps, just in terms of the variety. So, like, you have a map like Maginot, that's your textbook flat long map, and then you've got like Chateau Todd, which is your cramped, really tight in map, and then every map has sort of that theme. This one has multiple, and maybe that's why people don't like it. Maybe that's the problem.
I mean, that's how it is. The sidebar to Onward. That's how it is in Onward, right? People either like their small maps or their big maps. They don't like ones that have mixtures of long sight lines and short sight lines. And I don't get it. I love both. I prefer the ones that have both. You know, it lets you could do your long range ATG and stuff like that on this one, and you can also get up quick and dirty and do tanks, have them running around in circles around the trees. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I personally love the variety of parts of this map, and I think it brings out really interesting strategies, because you can't just go heavy. You really gotta deal with it. You know, you might have a thing where you're doing small tactical movements on one side of the map, and then you've got a line of tank destroyers blowing away stuff a mile away on the other side of the map. Beautiful. So we got Splaticus in here. We're waiting for Pesky Cashew to lobby up. Oh, good. You pinged him in the Discord.
Yeah.
He'll join us in soon. I'm gonna try to actually use Smash GG properly and tell him who's showed up for the match.
Go take a look at this. So we have that one. Go.
All right, looks like Pesky has joined up.
So just a quick comparison for stream of our two units. I honestly don't know how well you can read that without it. Let's see if I go full screen.
So it actually looks like they've both selected the same division.
Oh, yep. I'm wrong. So we're just doing
a mirror match, Gallon versus Gallon.
Let's see it. Here we go. We're kicking it off.
All right. I always love mirror matches. They're really great for seeing the different strategies shine, especially on a map like this where there's multiple approaches. This is going to be really. All right, here we go.
Oh, I have played this map and I suck at it.
I love this map. All right, we got Splaticus as the red and Pesky as the blue.
Looks like they are both saving money for an unlock. There goes... Oh, no.
Nope, Splaticus is sending out, 3 tanks.
3 tanks against the tank and Artie.
All right, so we got 2 classic openers here, and they're each going for adjacent crate drop points. So I think this might work out a little bit better for Pesky with the ranged unit, but the artillery's in the front again. Oh, why do these guys keep putting the artillery in the front? Splaticus is redirecting his tanks to go after the artillery. And he's got another tank and a bike coming out. It looks like Pesky saw it coming, and he has backed out his artillery and moving his tanks forward. A really dynamic fight going on up here. A lot of micro. The infantry are duking it out in the other lane.
Lots of tanks coming in here.
Oh, that artillery is too close. And there it goes. Looks like...
Splaticus came out on top there with 2 tanks still alive.
Yeah. It was a little hard to tell. Everything kept blowing up. Every time I was going to call it a winner, something exploded. But yeah, no.
I think that Pesky did not micro his tanks to shoot the tanks, and there was a Jeep in there, and that's what was taking the focus from the tanks.
All right, Pesky's bringing out another tank and artillery combo. So it's interesting, this lower lane here that they're fighting near doesn't have its own infantry spawn. So unless he puts out some trucks or something, this is going to be an all-armor fight. I love to just load this lane up with infantry. Nobody ever expects it, and it ends up kicking in their door.
That's super weird that it doesn't spawn infantry.
Well, it's typical of maps that have extra lanes. Usually 2 primary lanes will spawn your infantry, and then the rest are there for you to do with what you... So we have a lot of micro going on here. Splaticus and Pesky are rehashing their fight over this. And we have an artillery standoff. Oh, nope. Pesky's artillery is firing in the fray, and Splaticus looks like he's just going to ram him? Where is he? Okay.
We've got a bomber.
And we got dive bomber.
Yeah.
No, that's not a dive bomber. So those are just regular planes.
Well, there was a dive bomber. It's dead now.
Did it get shown? Okay.
The fighters took it out.
Yeah, we got Pesky's fighters there. Looks like Splaticus successfully destroyed an artillery with the dive bomber. The Splaticus has got a tank sitting pretty on that middle crate drop. And Pesky's holding this lower one with a bike and a tank. And let's see, has anyone gone for the far crate drop? Yeah, Splaticus has a tank on it. Splaticus controls 2 of the 3 right now.
Pesky not spending his money on unlocks.
No, he's fighting for these crate points.
I think he could fight better if he unlocked a tank destroyer. Or a dive bomber.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the bomber from Splaticus, so we know that he's ahead in the tech tree.
One rocket troop is doing damage over here on the far side to this tower, outside of tower range.
He's taking one of the forward towers out. It's not going to get very far, but it's a good nuisance, and it distracted Splaticus's units. So, yeah, Pesky has pushed forward a little bit. He's got tanks coming out here.
Well, the rockets are outside of the tower's range, so they could just sit and take pot shots. That's crazy.
The rocket troops and the tanks are firing on that tower. The tower is firing back at the rocket troops, actually. It's just not
Is it? I don't see it shooting at the rocket troops. I only see it shooting at the infantry right in front of them, and then it stops. Yeah, it's not,
you're right.
It's not shooting.
But Splaticus has a tank destroyer coming to challenge the middle crate drop here. Tank destroyer versus tank. I give you one guess who's going to win. The tank destroyer. I mean, it's called the tank destroyer.
So Splaticus has 1 tank destroyer out. Pesky has 1 dive bomber out. Let's see if it takes out that tank destroyer. There's 1 hit to it.
It looks like it's going for it, yeah.
It's going to take a couple hits.
We have the first tower down on Splaticus's base. Pesky took it out with his bazooka troops. And it looks like he's got more troops and possibly some armor coming down and another dive bomber. Or same dive bomber, just looping around. Okay. Tank destroyer is advancing, but it's on its own. No, it's going into a loop. Okay. It's got that tank destroyer just controlling that drop there. His infantry are trying to go up the front door, but there's artillery in the base that's holding them back. It looks like Splaticus has given up trying to control this corner, other than that 1 tank destroyer parked up there. And he is applying pressure on the outer lanes. He is pushing hard, and he controls this far crate drop. Let's see if he can get up through here. We got another crate drop coming. Where is it going?
Right onto the tank destroyer. right? Or is it the other one?
No, I think it's going to the lower one.
Yeah, it's the lower
Yeah.
one.
The lower one. Let's see. Pesky's got a bike there. Let's see if he gets it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he got it. Oh, it looked like he didn't see it for a minute there. And it looks like Splaticus is none too pleased and is looking to take control at that point. He's got 2 bikes there now. Took out Pesky's 1 bike. Pesky's got a tank going after the bikes. And it looks like he's making an attempt on that tank destroyer to try to get these crate drop points back.
All of the micro that's happening is keeping Splaticus away from looking at his towers. I mean, he's getting shot by just basic infantry.
Yeah, no, I mean, Splaticus is definitely taking some tower damage here. Mostly by distraction, I think you're right. Ooh, Pesky's got a strong push. That tank destroyer is hauling ass back to base. Splaticus knows he can't win that, so he's pulling it back to fight another day, it looks like. And it's interesting, the infantry are basically, I don't want to call it a stalemate. It looks like Splaticus is definitely pushing a bit on this outer lane, but you're not seeing any obvious infantry dominance. You got a couple infantry from Pesky on this 3rd lane, and Splaticus is pushing that lane. The middle lane seems pretty balanced. So a lot of the fighting just seems to be happening in these corners.
The middle lane is all the way up to Splaticus's base.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is closer than I thought it was.
I mean, you said it is balanced. I mean, it's stopped now, but it's balanced on the Pesky advantage side.
I was on the other side of the map when I started that sentence. Big map.
It is a big map. There's a lot to keep track of, and I think that's one of the reasons people don't like this map, right? Is that you're over on one side and stuff's happening on the forest side, and you're in the city, and it's just not, just a lot of movement.
I think that's one of the strengths of this map. It's definitely a more difficult map. That dive bomber, did it take out? Nope, it did some damage to the tank destroyer though. Another dive bomber coming. Oh yeah, 2 dive bombers, and the tank destroyer is still alive.
So it takes 3 dive bombs to take out a tank destroyer?
Not only is it still alive, it just killed another tank destroyer. It's finally dead now.
Ooh.
Still, I think that tank destroyer there from, what was that, Pesky's tank destroyer that took that beating? I think that thing was being driven by Liam Neeson.
So Splaticus has some base or some ground AA set up at the front of his base to kind of augment the base AA.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of fighters hovering overhead. I'd say he's got a pretty solid control of the airspace by his home base. And his artillery are doing a job of keeping that lane corked. And those dive bombers on Splaticus' side are cleaning up Pesky's tanks.
What does Pesky have hidden right now? He's got 4 tanks up, 2 planes, an AA, a bomber, and no more tank destroyers. So he doesn't really have a whole lot to set up a push with, and he's at low money right now.
Yeah. And he's got more basic infantry, but he doesn't have enough rocket troops, and you can see that Splaticus' infantry is just about at his front door.
Yeah, I think right now is Splaticus' time to attack. He's got the push out. He took out most of the forward units. So everything is sitting in Pesky's base. Can you micro rocket troops?
Not really. They're still just infantry.
Okay, I didn't know if you could tell them to shoot directly at a tower.
No, they seem to just prefer that. I mean, you can see Pesky's towers are now taking damage. And there's a long line of infantry with a tank destroyer coming up behind it. Oh, that tank destroyer is going to have a field day. Those you can target towers with.
Oh, yeah, and Pesky's not even looking over that way. Pesky is busy trying to take over this middle again.
Yeah. The forest edge is taking quite a lot of attention. There's a pack of tanks and a tank destroyer coming out of Splaticus' base.
I think we're going to see a good offensive flip right here from Splaticus to get Pesky pushed back into his base.
Yeah, it looks like, well, he's taking that upper crate drop. And not sure what he's doing with this tank destroyer, but it's taking rockets from this one infantry. And he's dead.
He's got it on loop.
It's interesting. I don't see a lot of players looping tank destroyers, but Splaticus has been doing it all day, and it seems to be working for him. Yeah, Pesky's towers are taking a bit of damage here. quite as much as Splaticus took earlier, but there's more to come. That Splaticus' leftmost lane is fully under his control, and he's just streaming infantry into the base. It looks like he's still got the middle lane corked, and he has pretty fair control of the middle crate drop. He's got a tank going for the lower crate drop, it looks like. You got a one-on-one tank fight. Splaticus' tank got the first shot off, but it's taken damage pretty quick, so it looks like it's not gonna... Yeah, there goes Splaticus' tank. But a tank destroyer's coming up, and Pesky's one tank is very low in health, so...
Boom! Insta-kill.
There's that.
Splaticus got the crate drop.
Just got a crate. Yep.
That's another tank destroyer coming out.
Yep. He controls all 3 crate drops and at least one of the infantry lane. Yeah, this bottom infantry lane seems to just have lost pretty much all of its activity troop-wise. And it looks like Pesky's actually getting pushed back on that middle lane.
Yeah, it does. It looks like he's back to halfway, so it's out of his front yard. And Splaticus has also put a forward anti-air right next to the water feature.
That he had. Yeah, it's just chilling out there. There's one of the things I really love about this map is with all of these buildings, it's actually pretty difficult to see hidden units, and it leads to a lot of, I think, interesting strategies. Like, I would never just park an AA out in the open on any other map. Here, if you're not looking for it, you'll never see it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's what I was just looking at. I'm looking at it from across the map, and it's really hard to tell that there's a vehicle there.
Yeah. Splaticus' tank destroyers are moving up on this outer lane and have started challenging the towers, it looks like. Oh, a tank destroyer out to meet them, but 3 versus 1. 2 versus 1 now. 2 versus 0.
All right. Damage on both sides of Pesky's base then.
Yeah, he's got a good flanking approach here. I think you've been seeing a very aggressive playstyle from Splaticus. It's been a lot of forward tank destroyers and tanks aggressively approaching things, whereas Pesky has been trying to set up more artillery and ranged units. So it was more of a passive, slow sweeping map control versus an aggressive push. And I think the fact that they're playing the same division made that even more interesting. Looks like Splaticus definitely benefited from the push.
Yeah, Pesky is using a plane over here on his far right lane to keep that stack of rocket troops back. They haven't made it back to the towers yet because he's just strafing that. And it's working really well. Yeah. Just one plane.
Yeah, plane strafing is actually very effective against infantry. Plane strafing and artillery are 2 ways to just sort of halt a lane. You know, as you said, it's quite effective here, but a little bit of armor can easily flip that.
Oh, that AA is going to get killed by that tank destroyer.
Oh, no, it got away.
Wow, it did get away.
I was holding my breath. I wanted to make a comment, but I was like, run, little AA. Okay, and we got the tank destroyer with an AA escort coming up this lane. And that AA has not stopped firing. It's just taking shots at these planes.
Oh, tank destroyer takes one down.
Yeah, they went off lane there.
Yeah,
Broadway.
that AA screen right there is definitely helping those tank destroyers because they're getting bombed by those Stukas, and having the AA there to help is immensely helpful. He's got 4 AA out on the map right now.
Oh, TD versus TD here. Oh yeah, bring in the bike. The tank destroyers took each other out, and that bike is just sitting there going, "Oh."
Oh, that bike needs to take out those 2 AAs that are just sitting there on the. Oh, those are friendly. Never mind.
Yeah, okay. I was trying to figure out what AAs.
I thought that was an enemy bike. I thought that was Pesky's bike, not Splaticus's.
Yep, we're good.
Yep, taking out towers now on both outside lanes. The tank destroyer moving up way too close to the towers. It needs to take advantage of its range on the left side there.
Yeah. Looks like he pulled it back, and that artillery shrouded in the trees is working on those tanks. But, oh no, it's getting challenged by this tank coming around the side. Tank destroyer coming up behind it. This is some sort of bizarre conga line of death. All right, everyone's dead. There goes that.
Everybody is dead. Pesky is now down 2 towers, almost 3, 4, 5.
And Athleticus has got 2 RDs rolling out of the base now. There's not much in the way of forward. Like, he had a lot of forward armor, but most of it's been taken out. So those artillery are relatively unguarded. It's an interesting situation. Pesky might actually be able to break out of his base to the left here if he plays it right.
He does have a tank destroyer and a tank on Pesky's right side lane.
Yep, there it is.
But they're not moving. And at this,
all right.
I mean, it's good to have him there for, like, if Pesky was able to push back, but at this point he hasn't been able to. And I think I'd send that tank destroyer up to take out more towers.
I can see why you would say that, but I think we're in a similar situation with Maginot, where you don't necessarily want to move your middle map units forward. You hold them there, you hold that ground, you send a new wave of units to leapfrog past them. And it's the same sort of thing, whereas if your push doesn't succeed fully, you're not then left with an open field. And I say this is a mistake that I've made often, that I will take my mid-map units and attack, and when they get rebuffed, I have nothing. And then the other player just steamrolls back. So I totally understand why mid-map units would stay and wait for fresh units. Meanwhile, this V2 rocket came in,
missed
and
everything.
hit nothing.
Oof.
Platycus is like a ninja with that. Every time he hears the super weapon alarm, he moves everything.
Yeah, I agree that you shouldn't leave your mid-map unattended, but what I would do is move your mid-maps up and then replace them with more units so that it all moves up together, instead of having your mid-map units sit there and then have to have your new units go past it. Just so it gets that, it's a quicker push, right?
It's definitely merits to both approaches. Meanwhile, these tank destroyers are getting wailed on by artillery and dive bombers. Platycus did pull them back. Oh no, where's that AA going? Oh, okay. I thought it was in the lane. I was very worried about it. Though it did seem like Pesky just targeted it with something. I saw a line coming out of the garage. He's got a bike going after it. He's got 2 bikes going after it.
He really wants that AA.
Yeah. The funny thing is the bikes ran past another AA while chasing it and got nothing. The dive bombers, meanwhile, are still pounding these tank destroyers as they roll up to the base, but this one is in the base. And it's just
yeah, that's not looking
shooting
good.
at things.
Whew.
Oh, there goes an AA. He's not gonna. I think that bomber's gonna take him out. But still, he showed up, cleared out a couple of units, did some base damage. It looks like a little bit. Pesky's defense on the left side has just been thinning out, and it looks like Vlaticus has got firm control of the left side again, and he's approaching. Yeah, he's got infantry coming in that gate now. And they're firing on the anti-aircraft gun.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Pesky does have, or sorry, Splaticus does have bombers. So if he takes the base AA out.
Yeah, I don't know. I think personally I would prefer that the units just fired on the base, but the AA is gone now, and it looks like Pesky dropped out some 3 or 4 tanks here. Oh, that artillery, that poor artillery, right out of the garage got hit by a tank destroyer and killed. And meanwhile, the tank destroyer, living up to its namesake, has cleared out the defensive tanks. Got 3 tank destroyers rolling into Pesky's base. I think this will be sayonara.
He is going to lose one to a tower, but I don't think he's going to get any more units out in time. He's got 1 tank out, but against tank destroyers and rocket troops, that's not going to stand a chance.
No, his base is down. Oh yeah, that's going to be it.
That is the end of that.
That was an excellent match. There's a lot of back and forth there. Again, this is why I appreciate this map. With all of the action going on, fronts were constantly moving back and forth. And there was never, I think, honestly, until the last 90 seconds there was no clear winner. Splatic has had an advantage for a while, but right up until that final push that took up the towers and started rolling in, there was no clear winner. You just had a lot of back and forth going.
So looking at the top units deployed here, they both actually had fighters as their top unit. And then Splaticus, the victor, had more tank destroyers than Pesky, so that might have, swayed the battle a little bit. If Pesky's got more tanks, Splaticus just spawns tank destroyers, and tank destroyers take them out. So when you're playing the match divisions, I think that's, I don't know, I think you just got to focus the higher tier units.
All right, and with that, Splaticus wins the loser's bracket and will be moving into the grand final against Nako. That's going to be a matchup for the ages. The format changes up a little bit here. We've been doing double elimination, and now we're going into best of one double elimination. Now we are going into best of three for the final.
Yep. So our
For the
next map is Operation Sternberg. Yes, Sternberg.
Yep. Sternberg, Kleinstadt, and Operation Stronghold in order. Best of three.
And it is Nalco versus Pesky. Splaticus. Yeah, Splaticus. That's who just won. I know what I'm doing. So this map has some very, very high points for the artillery. It's got a lot of the what do you call it? I mean, it's cover, but do you call it something? The stuff in the middle, the junk, the barriers.
I think cover is a fair term. Yeah, I mean sandbags, barriers, walls, cover.
So there's no spot besides the lane that really has a straight line of sight.
Right.
So the long-range weapons might get a little nerfed because of the map, and you're going to see, in my opinion, we're going to see a lot more of artillery, maybe some wolf walking Stukas. I don't know what they're going to play yet, but we'll see.
Yeah, I agree with you. This map tends to see a lot of advantage for the arc weapon category, so the artillery, the Stukas, the Calliopes. There's not, as you pointed out, there's not really a lot of straight line of sight, but there is a lot of height variance. There's two upper tiers and then the lower middle, which definitely lends itself to artillery play. And of course the cover. I mean, artillery just shines under cover. All right, we have Nako in the red base, and we are waiting for Splaticus to join up, and there's Splaticus in the blue base. Right.
Let's see them ready up and see what we get.
Splaticus is ready to up.
Nalco cannot make up his mind on what division he wants to play.
All right, both players have readied up.
This is going to be fun. This is best of three, so this is map one in a best of three series, people. Let's go.
Oh, I'm excited for this. This is going to be good. It's like the Super Bowl.
So I'm not gonna announce what divisions they picked until we get a little bit into it, because I don't know if they're watching or not. Personally, I don't feel like it's cheating, because I don't know. This game in particular, it doesn't seem like you can't be watching it. You could only be listening to it, and I don't feel like I'm doing that well of a job announcing.
I've got faith in our guys in the community here. I don't think there's any cheating going on, so I'm not too worried about it. All right, so you have tanks rolling out of Nako's base.
We have artillery coming out from Splaticus. I'm gonna give the advantage to Nalco here. He's playing Wolf, so he's got the walking Stukas, he's got Arties, cheap tanks.
Oh, he's going for the far... Oh, this is an interesting strategy. He's going for the far abutment where Splaticus is setting up. See if he can get control of that early. If he can deny that to Splaticus, that'll be... wow, look at that. A lot of firepower up here. It looks like he's going to take this. Yep. Yeah, Splaticus just retreated his artillery straight into the base. Save it for another time.
Yeah, but this tower is already getting shot at.
Wow, that was a very aggressive opening push from Nako. They are playing for keeps here. Look at this.
Who's going to get this first one?
Coming. Oh, it's coming on the upper lane. Nako's left here. And Splaticus is going to get it with a bike.
Yep, there we go.
So the dive bomber for Splaticus can be very effective on this map. Especially given the number of places that it makes sense to entrench artillery. Being able to just go after it with a bomber instead of ground units completely flips that strategy. So it looks like most of Naka's initial push has been destroyed. And he's down to this one half-destroyed artillery now. So it was a very aggressive push, and he got a lot out of it. It may have left him in a weak spot now. Especially, I hear that dive bomber. There it is.
Yeah, but he
There's
got that artillery out of there, and that plane, he sent a fighter after that dive bomber, almost killed it. And now it's an air fight for control, while the artillery continues to just wail on this tower.
Yeah, and it looks like he's got, I'm not going to say decisive, but he's got strong control of the crate drop points. He's got a unit on 2 of them, and he's got a unit near the 3rd one.
There come the motorcycle rush for that artillery. He's pulling it back, but I don't know if it can get away fast enough.
It doesn't matter, the Stukas are here.
Oh, walking Stukas.
And that's the end of those bikes, and that artillery is not going to last well against that rocket infantry, but the Stuka's got its back. I'm curious to see how he uses the Stuka here, if he's just going to park it and go for the lanes like that, or if he's going to try to push on the base with it.
Well, one tower is down.
Yep. I love to loop the Stukas in front of the base, just like Naka's doing here. They can do a lot of damage, and they're really hard to hit.
Yeah,
this was
absolutely.
aggressive. We are not even 3 minutes in.
This is going to be a fast one.
Yeah, Stuka's already working on that tower. Alternating the tower with the lane, just as it rocks back and forth. It also makes it harder for the dive bomber to get it.
So I have a question. I was having problems the other day with the walking Stukas. I was trying to make a loop for it. Is there a limit to how far you can set a loop? Like how big of an area you can make?
Not that I know of. Not one I've encountered. How large of a loop are you trying to make?
A very large loop.
I mean, there may be a limit. I don't know of it. And Stuka's back on the tower, though.
Oh, man, the Stuka's just wrecking this base.
And the fact that it's staying mobile is making it very hard to deal with. So I would actually personally put it on a slightly larger loop. I think it's within the splash damage range of the dive bomber. It looks like he's repathing it anyway.
Yeah, he had to get it out of the defensive artillery range. But he's also got an AA right there in the middle of the map to defend his Stuka, so...
and he moved that out of range of the artillery as well.
He's doing a very good job with his micro. Here come the tanks.
Those tanks are coming. Now, a Stuka cannot face off very well against the tanks.
He's got one tank to defend it, though.
He's just peppering it while they approach. Oh, very good.
Another Stuka, another tank. 2 tanks, 2 Stukas, and an AA in the dead center of the map. That's control right there.
Yeah, no, he's got that one. Meanwhile, I hear a crate drop coming. Yeah, it's coming on this upper here. It looks like Naka's got units moving for it. He's putting a tank in position while that Stuka guards it, and he got the crate.
Oh,
looks like he may have used that for an unlock. Oh yeah, he's getting a lot of value out of these Stukas, courtesy of heavy micromanagement. Oh, and he's going after the artillery. Oh, trade a Stuka for the artillery. I don't know if it was worth it. But he's got another Stuka right there.
Well, when he's got 3 Stukas out and the other guy has no artillery out, I feel like it's a good trade. Because then your Stukas have nothing to shoot back at him, right?
Yeah. An interesting thing is the Stukas in this map can actually reach the base from outside of the base. So if you can get them close and keep them protected, you can do base damage without actually getting in. But we got a tank destroyer, and I bet I know where he's going.
I don't know. Is he going to walk that Stuka out, or is he just going to let it sit there and the rest of...
Oh, it is getting wailed on.
Man. There's nowhere he can hide it in that base.
Nope, everything's in range.
It has to go out and fight. It can't just run away.
Yeah.
Oh, the Stuka's going into the base now. Oh, and the tank destroyer took it out.
Oh. Yeah, I never bring them into the base until I've got other units in the base because they are fairly fragile. And like I said, you should be able to hit the base from outside of it. Oh, he's got these 2 up on the hill up here.
Yeah, this position, oof.
Yeah, like I said, on this map, height rules. If you can get your artillery units up here and own it.
And it's just behind a barrier on both sides, so like, you can't hit it until you get right up on it. Tank destroyer is rendered useless.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Splatticus went with this choice of division for this map, given the weaknesses for long-range weapons like HGs and tank destroyers. I mean, he's getting quite a lot of use out of that dive bomber, though. Dive bomber just cleaned up those Stukas up there. Knocker's just got tanks sitting around up there waiting for something to do, though.
Yeah, all of Splaticus's base towers are gone. He's got one tank destroyer out. He really doesn't have a lot in defense.
About to get another crate. Yep.
I think Nalco's got the win here.
It seems likely, yeah. Those Stukas are doing a number on him.
He's trying to get his tanks in past the infantry to just shoot at the base, but it's not working. And now he's lost all of his forward tanks and a Stuka. So he's only got one Stuka.
Yeah. He's still in a good, strong position.
Yeah.
There's got another Stuka coming up here.
He's definitely resetting his push here.
Stuka firing on the tank destroyer, and it's gone. Stuka's in the courtyard. Fire on the base. Stukas can actually deal quite a lot of base damage very quickly. I've had very good luck with sometimes just rushing them into the courtyard and firing on the base. There they go.
There we go. Base damage coming out.
Oh,
One,
yeah.
Two Stukas, an arty and two tanks. Nothing.
And see, now the Stukas are firing on the base. See how fast that damage racks up?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's over. That was fast. Nalco taking the map in less than 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah. It's got two Stukas in there. This is over.
Super aggressive.
Round one down. A victory.
Oh, man. Look at that money wasted stat, though. 4 for Splaticus and 0 for Nalco. That's really good money management there.
That was extreme micromanagement there. I mean, we got two very good players here.
Second map is... I know this. Kleinstadt.
Mm-hmm.
Pull this up real quick. There is your second map for folks at home to get a good look at. Only 2 lanes to deal with on this one. 3 drop points. This, I feel like... Well, I'll let the players pick their styles and see what they go with, but I have some thoughts on this map. Basically, the control of the center, I mean, that, like you said on the last one, this is another one of the arcing weapon maps. What's the third map on this final? Operation Stronghold. Stronghold.
That's a big map.
That's a big map. It's also, I think it leans a little bit towards the arcing weapons as well, though, right? It's got a lot of elevation changes. It's got a lot of cover. You can shoot cross lanes from behind cover. And not a whole lot of long sight lines besides right out of the base.
I don't think that's really true for Stronghold. I think Stronghold, especially coming out of the auxiliary bases, gives you very long sight lines.
Oh, right. Yep.
And tank destroyers coming from the auxiliary bases have basically a free shot on the towers from the moment they hit ground level. And then, looks like Knucko's in the chat, looking if there's another round. Yes.
And we will not be playing that third map if Nalco wins this one, though, right?
Right, now we're doing best of 3 here.
No MMR to be had, so it's not a finish it out for points. This is a death match. This is Fight Club, people.
Yeah, I mean, if Splaticus wins this, he gets a chance on a third map on Stronghold to try to take the championship. Otherwise, it could go. But as far as this map goes, I want to talk about this map for a minute. It does have an advantage to the ranged weapons, as you mentioned, but I wouldn't discount, of the arc weapons. I wouldn't discount the ranged weapons, though, especially when fighting for that center. A careful position of tank destroyers or ATGs can make for a really interesting battle up there. The other thing that I've always noticed about this map is whoever takes control of the center first almost never has control of center at the end of the game. It always changes. In my experience, at least. Every time I've seen someone playing on this map, or every time I've played on this map, the first player to control the center is never the last.
I think that's pretty true. So here we go. You got to ready up, and we'll go.
Yep, everyone's ready. Let's do this.
We'll go back to this gameplay scene so y'all can see what's happening here. Those are our divisions, and we are kicking it off. I appreciate everyone coming out, watching the stream, hanging out in my channel. I don't have any of those fancy emotes, which I'm sad about because I haven't decided. Give me some thoughts on what you want emotes for my channel to be so I can make some. Because I got empty slots.
All right, let's get this match started.
So we're seeing
Nako on the blue and Splaticus on the red.
the exact same lineup, right? Tank Destroyers versus Stukas. Yeah. We'll see.
I'm excited to see a Wolf main here in the finals. I'm a Wolf main myself, and people always tell me that Wolf has a hard time finishing matches, and I think that was just proven.
I prefer Wolf as my ground division. That's the word I was looking for.
And the battle starts. Splaticus is getting artillery up, and Nako's got a tank up on the hill. And the tank is coming for that artillery, and Splaticus has another tank coming out to meet it. And he's pulling the artillery back. The artillery got off a good pot shot on the tower before retreating.
Oh, there's no game audio, just music. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, that happened to me too. All right, we got a tank coming out of Nako's base here. And I see one troop truck in Nako's base, and I don't see any in Splaticus. This is going to be an armor-heavy match, it looks like. Oh, there we go. We got a bazooka troop coming out of Splaticus' base. I wonder if you heard me.
I would definitely call bazooka troops armor as well.
I mean, they got 2 legs. I call them troops.
They're pretty tough. They're more of an
they're
armor.
Definitely tough. They're good against armor. I wouldn't really call them armor, but that's semantics. Meanwhile, Splaticus has got a decent little set of tanks and artillery chilling out up here on the hill.
Man,
fighting back in both lanes.
The ragdolls on these units when they get hit with artillery, they just explode all over the place.
And Splaticus is fighting with Nako over control of this crate drop, and it looks like he's going to lose it because Nako's got him outnumbered. I don't know.
He had him outnumbered. Now. None of these tanks seem to be shooting at each other.
No, and then he's got this artillery parked in the corner that's earning its pay. All right, and we got the first crate coming. Let's see where it goes. Splaticus and Nako both immediately sent units into that far crate drop corner in anticipation, and it looks like this is where the crate is coming down.
The tank is there first. Woof.
Yeah, the tank is there, and blew up the bike just for good measure.
Dang.
And the bike is there. All right, Nako's got that. He's already got 3 walking Stukas, and he's now fighting for control of the hill.
Yeah, Stuka just took out an arty, so Stuka has no long-range shots to deal with here.
Yeah, he's still keeping them behind cover. He's doing a good job micromanaging them. That's key. Keeping them behind cover makes them immensely more valuable, but just a pain in the ass. He's got them firing on this tower now.
All right, chat. Who do you think's going to win? Are we going to see the end of the series here? Nako going to take it, or are we going to go to 3 maps? Splaticus going to come back here? Let me know your thoughts.
Splaticus has got not much in the way of defense. He went for a really strong push, and there's just not a whole lot left in his base. And he's got Stukas inbound. Hope he's got a plan for those.
1, 2, 3, 4 Stukas? 5 Stukas.
Nako, I mean, if you watch Nako's hands, the way he's micromanaging, it's almost as if he's individually piloting each one constantly. Oh, and they are just raining death onto that lane. And they're now, oh, there's the artillery. Yep, they're just walking forward as a wave of fiery death.
Wow, that's a lot of firepower.
Yep, oh, and he's pulling them back in anticipation of this incoming tank destroyer, giving them the advantage of cover. They were out in the open, and it's key. A lot of players will just rush forward with the Stukas and not keep them behind cover and destroyed. But Nako's being very careful to try to keep them behind cover, and he's also got regular tanks coming along. With the tanks in the front absorbing damage, the Stukas are now free to just fire from behind. Though they're not firing in the tank destroyer, he's got them firing into the lane. Surprised by that. Splaticus has 2 tank destroyers now, and he's sending them up different paths to try to retake the hill again. While Nako's microing his Stukas and firing back at them. Focusing them on the one. Oh, the tank destroyer's getting free shots on it there. He's got to watch it, but he's nope, moving in behind cover
Oh,
again.
man.
Oh, look
Just
at that.
like a constant stream of fire from these Stukas. There's no stopping them.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, Naka's doing a fantastic job of keeping them behind cover. Oh, the dive bomber. Their only real weakness. You can't take cover from a dive bomber. And he lost one of them. But as far as going against ground units go, he's done a fantastic job of just keeping them behind buildings and letting them fire. And that's why they've lasted so long. But that tank destroyer is coming to change that.
And he spawned in a couple of fighters to deal with those dive bombers. So I mean, he's got good map control.
Yep.
That tank destroyer is going down as well.
Splaticus has taken some base damage. Oh, those dive bombers are getting their kills in, though. He's down to 2 Stukas.
Another tower getting ready to go down here.
Yeah, you can see, yeah, he's definitely going for the systematic destruction of towers. Some players will try to use Wolf Stukas to just rush the base through the towers, and it can work, but it's not ideal. You can see Naka's really taking his time here to systematically destroy the towers. He's down to 1 Stuka, though. His dive bombers are really being a problem for him. And that tank destroyer is going to be a difficult turtle to break. Especially since he has no Stukas left. He has no ranged units left. And he's attacking a tank destroyer with tanks. The very thing that they swore to destroy. And
they're all gone now. Yep. But he opened up all but 1 tower. So, I mean...
Yeah, no, I mean, he got a lot of value out of that push. But once again, the hill is changing hands. This will be... Splaticus owns the hill again. He had it first, and he lost it for a while, and he's got it back.
You know, it's changing hands, but with Splaticus's division, do you think he has the ability to hold it compared to a Wolf holding it? I mean, Nalco doesn't have to send units up over the top. He could send them down the lanes, and they could still pepper the middle.
Well, it's certainly true, but if you have good lane control, then that strategy is not nearly as effective. And with ranged units like tank destroyers carefully positioned, they can be destroying opposition as it comes up the hill at them. So it's I think it's fair to say either player could easily control the middle, and it's been in hot contention the entire game.
2 tank destroyers right now. Splaticus taking out tanks one by one as they approach from the center. It's just hiding. Yep. He's hiding him behind that fountain.
and Naka's doing a great job of keeping that Stuka behind that little tiny wall, but it counts as cover. So the tank destroyers have to go around it to deal with it. And they're getting a lot of shots off.
And now it's running. Oh. It's running.
Oh, yeah, no. Because now they've gotten around the cover. No, but he's behind the building, so he's kept it within cover. 1 tank destroyer is down, and the other one's gone.
Wow.
There you go. Using the Stukas carefully behind cover makes them immensely powerful.
2 tanks and a Stuka take out 2 tank destroyers. Woof.
Meanwhile, the Stuka here is, as soon as the tank destroyer came out, he moved it under cover. And you can see, like, the benefit from that micro is...
And as far as I'm aware, Nalco is a 2-handed player. He moves units with both hands. So he really... Yes. I'm scared to think what's going to happen when they actually allow 2-handed movement at once, if they add that in, because then he'll just be even stronger.
Yeah, I don't know that it's... intuitively, I can understand you think that, but I think the fact that he's already doing it is part of the reason he has such a large advantage. And enabling it for other players, making it easier for other players to do, I think is actually going to close that gap. I think he's possibly near the skill ceiling on double-handed pathing, and then he's not going to get much better when they make it easier for everyone to do it.
I guess that's true, yeah. I agree with you on that one.
So it might close that gap, but... would it be inappropriate to call him Magic Fingers? Because that's what they are. You can see the hill's basically packed to Nako now with a tank and an AA gun. Oh, this tank destroyer is coming up to change that.
Wonder if Nalco got an index and he's playing with the Nux right now. Whoa, that tank just shot out there. I don't know if you saw that, but
I saw that.
It flew across the map.
That is an unfortunate multiplayer bug that still occasionally happens. Oh, the Stuka's out in the open. That's not going to go well for it. Oh.
And he really wanted to take that tank destroyer out.
Yeah. Always use protection with your Stukas. Yeah, those tank destroyers are going for that tower now. Got some vengeance in their hearts.
Got another Stuka coming out.
Yep.
Keeping it behind cover. Nope. He's sending it out.
I'm surprised.
I think
being
he's
very
sending it out
blatant with it.
because they're so close together. He wants the splash damage on both of them.
I totally get that, but the Stuka's too fragile to use without cover. And I think he's learning that because he backed it off there as soon as he started taking damage. And he's bringing it around. He's using it in the lane now.
Rocket Troop just destroyed his Stuka. Well, there's like 5 or 6 of them stacked right there at the end of that death ball.
Yeah, Splaticus has a pretty solid death ball coming. We might see a turnaround here. Those tank destroyers holding the hill. Yeah, if Splaticus wins, he's gonna break my saying because he was the first one on the hill. He can't. Catch man.
I think that there needs to be a little bit of fighters on Naoko's side to clear up this death ball.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. But Splaticus now has 3 tank destroyers and artillery on the hill. Oh boy. And he's just pounding on those towers. This is quite a comeback. We might be seeing Operation Stronghold today yet.
Yeah, this death ball. Whew.
Tank destroyers are a tough thing to beat. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Tiger tanks come out from Nako.
I don't think we saw a Tiger at all in the last map.
We haven't. I don't think we've seen one today. Oh, the death ball is there.
It's got 3 rocket spawn trucks spawning into this lane.
Where is that Stuka going? He needs that Stuka to take care of this death ball. He's got another one coming up, but it's also going that way.
Yeah, I'm not sure where he's sending them.
No, don't go there. Oh, it's just spinning in range of the tank destroyer. There we go.
Nope, there's another tank destroyer no, that's an artillery coming down the left lane. All right, these Stukas are trying. This lone Stuka and a tank are trying to stop the death ball.
I mean, the Stuka's doing it's putting a dent in it, certainly.
But those rocket troops are going to wreck it. As soon as that tower goes down, it's going to be over for that Stuka.
You are probably not wrong. Especially because there's a tank destroyer right behind it. No, so Stuka's doing well against the infantry, but that tank destroyer... Oh, no. Yeah, bug out of there. Oh, we got a Tiger tank.
There's the Tiger. Let's see if he goes for an aggressive push down the one lane while defending on his right side. I know Naoko likes to play aggressively. Oh, as soon as the arty comes out, that tank destroyer just wrecked it. Nothing is able to spawn at this point. That Tiger has to take out that tank destroyer. He's leaving his base.
Oh, where's the Tiger going? The base is getting shot at there, buddy.
Yeah, Naoko's leaving his base. And his Tiger is getting
railed on.
Oh, no, this is not good.
Artillery, tank destroyers, the dive bomber. Oh.
I can't believe that he's left his base like this.
And he's taking damage. He's actively taking damage. Oh, it looks like we're going for 3 rounds here, I think.
Well, that's Naoko shooting a... Is he gonna? Is he shooting it directly into his own base? Yes, he is. Wait.
What?
It looked like he literally hit his base.
He did. No, there's no friendly fire, so it didn't do anything, but...
Alrighty.
All right, we're going for round 3.
That is not how I expected that to go. Oh, I want to look at this.
No, I mean, Nako had such a really strong push early on. I mean, I thought he had that in the bag.
How do I pull the thing up again? I wanna.
I don't know that you can.
Ah, okay. Never mind.
It'll be on the recording.
Third and final map, Operation Stronghold.
So yeah, as we were discussing before, with Operation Stronghold, those auxiliary bases lend themselves to a pretty interesting playstyle. You have a straight line coming out of each auxiliary base to your opponent's base. You got to watch it. A lot of players like to put infantry up there and just keep a constant thorn in their opponent's side with the infantry coming up. I've seen more than one player use long-range weapons like tank destroyers or ATGs down that lane, just setting them up, and they just wail on the towers. And they're very hard to challenge once they're established because it's a linear spot. There's not a whole lot of cover. There are some buildings there that you can hide Stukas behind, but the gap between them is too large. So if you try to go after ranged units, they just pick you off at a distance, and it can be a real problem. and can take most of your energy and resources to deal with, which even if you'd stop it, means you weren't really pushing that whole time. So I've also seen a lot of stalemates on this map that go on for some time.
Yeah, but once you get that auxiliary base destroyed, then I feel like that's the turning point, right? You get the base down, and I don't think I've seen a whole lot of people come back from losing an auxiliary base.
Mm-hmm. I've seen it sometimes. Some players don't really rely on the auxiliary base that much.
Well, I guess that's the difference. Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
If you rely on it though, if you're using the auxiliary base and you lose it, that's kind of the downhill point for you. But if you're not using it, you don't care. I guess it doesn't matter, right?
I think it's fair to say most of the high level players do use it. It's fairly key, I think. The interesting thing really is also that center point can be a lot of contention. Crate drop point up there, and if you get artillery or Stukas or Calliopes up on that center point, they can rain down death on either lane. So it can be a lot of contention for that point as well. Right.
Oh man, this is gonna be a fight. Alrighty.
Yeah, it is.
Here, we're gonna switch back to the gameplay screen right here. Let you look at what we've got going. And we are kicking it off. I want aggression. I just want aggression, aggression, aggression. That's all I want.
This is going to be a fight. And so neither division is going to be particularly strong on the ranged artillery there. So that center point may not play much of a role, but I guarantee you're going to see a lot of rocket troops in the side bases. All right, we got Knockout's red, Splaticus is blue. I believe it's a flip from the last match. I think we had Splaticus on the red base last time. All right, Nako's immediately starting to put what looks like troop trucks up on the auxiliary base. Now he's putting an artillery up there. See?
Yeah, there's a troop truck. There's 2 more troop trucks. I was going to say, the artillery is weird because no one spawns there, right? Like, that lane's not pushed.
Right. I mean, I do understand artillery to just make it harder for Splaticus to clear this out, because early on, it's typical to see a player send up like 2 tanks and artillery and just clear out this base early. So having just an artillery at the top of the hill is a good defense. Splaticus is putting down rocket trucks and a regular infantry truck in the auxiliary base. So both players are going for a strong auxiliary base infantry push, it looks like. Splaticus did not send extra defense up, but it looks like Nako's not challenging it, so that's probably the right call. Meanwhile, the regular infantry have met in the middle lanes. Not a whole lot of action there yet. And then the artillery that Nako sent into the lane is now firing against the infantry in the middle lane. And he's pulling it back, it looks like, into the auxiliary base. Oh, got our first artillery explosion over here. It looks like Splaticus's infantry have reached Nako's base. The artillery is waiting for them. But Nako's infantry are pushing on both of these lanes on his right side, it looks like.
Yeah, and it looks like he's moving his artillery up to support it behind that building right there.
He's making use of that building's cover.
Oh, he's just trying to cork all of them in Splaticus's base. But the tanks are coming out now. They don't stand a chance against 2, though.
Yeah, I mean, Nako's also got tanks coming. So all right, so Nako's got 2 tanks and 2 artillery on that lane, plus the infantry. And we got the first crate drop coming. All right, looks like it's going to go to the drop on Nako's side. He's moving a tank up to catch it. The interesting dynamic of this map is that each player basically gets a free tank, crate drop.
Yeah, because they're so close. Yeah.
Not that I haven't snaked a crate from the other side before. You got Nako's artillery getting taken out by a dive bomber, it looks like. Oh, no, he got it away. Nice.
Nako spawning 2 more rocket infantry trucks, putting 1 in his forward base and 1 in his main base. I think he learned from the last round that those rocket infantry, man, they do a ton of damage when they're balled up.
Yeah, they do. And he's got tanks and artillery coming up through his auxiliary lane. And Spartacus doesn't have anything really to greet him. He's got one artillery in his base, which is doing a good job on the infantry, but it's not going to do too great against the further artillery firing on his towers, as tanks are also firing on the towers. And Spartacus's money bar is full, so we might be seeing a good pushback coming.
I think he's spending
Got
on
an
artillery.
coming out. Yep. He's lost one tower and the other one's about to fall. That artillery may not be enough to stem the tide. There goes the other tower. The 2 artillery are firing and taking out the incoming... Oh, there we go. I got tanks to back him up. Okay, Spartacus basically stemmed that first assault, but I still got that artillery back there taking pot shots. He's going after it. He's aggressively pushing back now. Now he's bringing his tanks back in. Let's take a look over at Nako's base. Not a whole lot going on here. Spartacus isn't applying the pressure that he wanted. He's got the rocket troops coming, but not in any great numbers, and Nako's just got an artillery holding them back.
Yeah, they're not spawning in fast enough to get in between those shots, so they're just getting picked off one at a time every time they get into the lane.
Yeah, Nako's got a pretty solid position here. He's building up quite a lot of troop trucks here.
Naoko also picked up that main crate from the center there.
He's got tanks, artillery, and rocket troops pushing in this lane with no towers. Spartacus isn't careful. This is going to be his downfall.
There is a lot of defense there, though. He's got 2 tanks on defense, 2 arties on defense. So it's not going to be an easy push through, even though the towers are down.
He's definitely building up a pretty solid turtle. But, as we discussed before, he's putting all of his efforts into that. And Nako's coming up the other lane now. Nako has cleared that lane of armor and has tanks rolling up. So Spartacus is going to have a battle on 2 fronts soon, and I don't know that his economy can sustain that.
Well, he just spent all of his money on a dive bomber, so let's see if he can get some kills with it.
Here it goes.
It's a pretty risky play because Naoko has fighters, for one.
Yep.
But it's also so close to that other base that if he loses track of it, it's going to run into the enemy, the forward operating base's AA.
Yeah. Yeah, the dive bomber is gone. It did not last very long. It got a couple armor kills and then succumbed to fighter damage. Nako's infantry are now going to be opening up fire on these towers. Yeah. The remaining 2 towers are now taking damage on the main base. Small damage, but... It looks like Spartacus has basically corked this incoming lane a bit with the artillery especially is doing a pretty good job of holding back the infantry and tanks. It's taking all of his effort.
It looks like Naoko's getting his tanks set up behind that building to do a solid push. I think he's going to let his infantry move up first so that they're the ones targeted and then push the tanks in behind them.
Yep. Meanwhile, in Nako's base, Spartacus's dive bomber took out his defensive artillery, but he rolled out a new one. So...
And there is a crate drop in the center, which is going to go to Naoko.
Yep. Got that. Yeah, I believe you're right. He is massing his tanks back here, or at least these 2. The forward one is taking hits, but not really. He is focusing on the infantry deployment now in his main base. I think his strategy is going to be to hold that lane right where it is and start pushing up on the left side. And once he's got him from both sides, I mean, that's pretty consistent with the strategy we've seen from him in other matches. Of just getting total map control and boxing them in.
Oh, he's sending in an artillery to counter this artillery, and I don't know who's going to win this one. It's a pretty risky play. Oh, he's shooting at the tank now.
Yeah, no, I think he's just getting a free kill there with that tank.
Yeah, but that was the artillery that was corking the lane, and he just sent it up to die.
Yeah, that may not have been the right call there. And those tanks, okay, he's moving those tanks now. Yeah, it looks like Spartacus with this tank destroyers. He's got 2 tank destroyers coming out. Looks like he's going to start to push that lane back. Meanwhile, Nako's got a really strong showing coming up his left lane. It's going to get wailed on from this artillery on the overlook, though, so not get very far. Yeah, it seems like they both have strong secondary bases at this point, and it's sort of reaching an equilibrium. Nako's got troop trucks everywhere.
Yeah, he just wants them to spawn as fast as possible. He has more than I think he needs, right?
Well, he's not hitting the unit limit.
I guess he's only at 8, so yeah.
As long as you're not hitting the unit limit. I mean, I watched a match on this map with one of the other players, and he had way more trucks than needed. So they were intermittently spawning and creating very uneven waves, because 100 infantry is basically your...
Right. Does the infantry
like
limit ping between both the rockets and the...
Yeah, so if you look now, he's basically totaling up near...
Yep, 100. Yep.
So you can get a little bit more than 100 because the trucks spawn in waves. So if you're at 99 and a truck hits its full bar, it'll spawn the full wave. You'll get up to 104, 105. But yeah, basically my understanding is the trucks will only spawn when it's below 100, but the spawn can push you over 100.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Otherwise you have a truck spawn 1 infantry, which is kind of a rip. So Splaticus is definitely pushing some pressure on Nako's base here on the left. Not too much. I don't think Nako's too worried about it yet, but he's got a tank destroyer coming, so he might want to get worried about it. And then the lanes are in pretty strong contention. It doesn't look like any of the inner lanes are pushing in either direction.
Tank destroyer is taking hits from the Arty, but the Arty is gone. The dive bomber managed to take it out in the base. So that tank destroyer has open range on that tower.
Yeah. So yeah, the problem with forward artillery there is that it's not very well protected by the base AA. The dive bomber can get in, hit it, and get out, only taking minor damage from the base weaponry. Yeah, Splaticus is definitely keeping pressure on that lane. That new artillery should kick him back a bit. And meanwhile, Nako's also keeping pressure on the counterpart lane. Splaticus also has artillery holding it back, so yeah, a pretty solid stalemate, but it looks like Splaticus might have a little bit more of a turtle in this base. And he's got those tank destroyers built up. And that dive bomber is working out well for him. Looks like Splaticus is sending some units up to his auxiliary base, also known as the Stronghold base. And he's got a tank destroyer and rocket troops coming down, regrouping with this other tank destroyer, and he's taking out one of Nako's towers.
But he's got dive bombers to contend with no AA cover. Those tank destroyers are sitting ducks.
Yeah, well, he's got one dive bomber to contend with. Got 3 fighters, so he could conceivably take care of it. See how that goes for him. Ooh, tank destroyer's firing on the tower. I like the... Oh,
but the dive bomber and the Arty are pushing it back.
I think he's got it on a loop, or it's taking a shot and backing up. Maybe not. No, it's just hanging out there. Yeah, so this is what we were discussing before, though. Getting tank destroyers into this lane with their range advantage is very dangerous here. And like, those artillery can't reach far enough to take care of them. The dive bomber...
I thought that the artillery was hitting it.
Not where it is now. Nope. We got a super weapon coming from Nako.
Let's see where
Beats
that
you
goes.
rocket.
What do you think? In the forward base?
I'm thinking the stronghold base.
Oh no! Directly.
Oh no!
Oh.
Maybe he's trying to bust the turtle.
It only got one thing, it looked like, but it was a troop truck, so not very impressive.
No, that was a surprising play there. I didn't expect that. Yeah, I mean, Nako has been pushing on this lane the entire game, and he has just stopped here. No, I mean, he's got a little bit... I guess technically he's doing a little bit better because he took out 2 towers versus the 1 he lost. But no, yeah. I mean, we're in... I don't want to call it exactly a stalemate, but it's stalemate adjacent.
It's pretty close. Yeah, Sporks is saying in chat, which I agree with, he was expecting Splaticus to move his units because they were all bunched up. So he shot where there weren't units, and Splaticus just didn't care.
Didn't react. Knocko's dive bomber barely made it back to the base. I don't think he's going to get another shut off with that one. His health is almost gone.
2 tank destroyers pushing up on the left side of Snalco now, but the one goes down to artillery. It looks like. Well, maybe not.
Nope, still there.
They stopped focusing.
Still out of range of the artillery, I think.
I thought it was hitting it. Yeah, it's hitting it.
Yeah.
It can hit all the way up to the front of that building, it looks like. Right there.
Oh, we got a super weapon coming from Splaticus now.
And that's going to take out those arties, I bet. That's where I would aim it.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. Those arties are holding him back. But wait, no.
Bunch of unit trucks. Yeah, 1, 2. 2 down.
2 down. I'm surprised. I thought you were correct. I thought he was going to go for that artillery.
Nalco's got 2 tank destroyers now, 1 in each lane covering his base. Now, I don't think that using base weapons on troop trucks is really effective, honestly, like cost-wise, because unless they're really, really stacked up, which nobody does.
No, yeah, you're not wrong. Early, like the original meta for the game had them a lot more valuable because they tended to be packed more tightly together. But players have since learned, so I think that took some of the value out of the base weapon. I personally don't tend to use them much. I don't think they're often of value. Other than getting a deeply entrenched position like those artilleries that you just can't get to,
Right, I agree with that. I'd rather have a mobile unit than one shot.
Brad, yeah, it's final round. They're 1 and 1 each. Saw it in the chat. Yeah, they both have a fairly decent turtle in place here. I mean, Splaticus with the tank destroyers and the artillery, and Nako with the artillery, and it looks like a tank destroyer. Seeing a lot of explosions just right in front of their bases, but
just unable to push through. Rocket troops just don't have the range to get past a tank destroyer and an arty. I think he has an AA there too now. Yeah, he's
Nako's holding this center here with the tank destroyer, and the dive bomber is going after it, and there's nothing up there to stop the dive bomber. So he's just going to keep microing that TD around to keep it busy.
Question about the dive bombers. So are they like the troop planes where you can tell them to hit a certain point on the ground, or do they have to target a unit? So like if I want to
target a unit.
Okay, so I can't say, "Oh, he's doing a loop with that tank destroyer. I want the bomb to go here." And hit it like in advance. It has the fire at the unit.
Yeah, they take unit targets, not paths. Unlike, say, the P-38 for Nichols, that you give it a strafing path and you can do predictive attacks.
Lightnings.
Oh man, don't even get me started on this. So Brad was making fun of me before for the half tracks. I definitely prefer half tracks to P-38s. Saying. So it's sort of a strange situation because Nako has armor all over the map, sort of just chilling out. I mean, I think he's got map control, but he's not really using it to his advantage.
Yeah, but I think that's what he's been doing for a lot of the games we've been seeing, right? Is full map control, but not aggressively pushing into the base, just kind of letting things die, and then all at once he's got this bundle of tanks that just show up out of nowhere.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Looks like he's gonna get another crate here. You're not wrong. It's just earlier on he started with a fairly aggressive push, so I thought we were going with a slightly different style here. But now that we've settled into stalemate, I think you're right. But he's not aggressively getting map control. In the other matches, we saw that happening where he was basically continuously gaining more and more ground. Here, he's got the map advantage, but only slightly, and he's not really growing. I do see a tank and artillery rolling out of his base.
Splaticus is sending a base. Where's it going?
Where's it going?
There it goes. He tried to take those. Didn't get him.
Yeah.
Nope.
Didn't get him. Nako was ready for that. Yeah, Nako just made another push up the lane, but he's getting rebuffed. He did some damage to the auxiliary base. I think at this point it's going to be a game of whoever can take out the other person's auxiliary base first. And it looks like Nako's got a slight head start on that, but
That tank destroyer is pushing into his base, but those arties... Oh, it can hit the arty. I thought that they were behind cover there. Oh,
yeah.
man.
It can hit him.
Maybe it was right between the two. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing oh, Nako's using his dive bombers. It looks like he's trying to make another forward push. He's going for that artillery behind cover, and it's gone. Yeah, we have quite a stalemate. Heathen in the chat is pointing out that the tank destroyers occasionally don't really care about blocking geometry on the maps.
Yep. That's what I was thinking. It was one of those bugs.
Spartacus's turtle is holding up strong. I mean, Nako's been trying to break it for almost 20 minutes now, and it's just...
And his turtle is just getting stronger. He's got 2 tank destroyers in there doing lane defense. He's got 3 artillery now, plus a couple of tanks just hanging out in his base. I mean, I think he's got a pretty good setup. Nothing is going to break the turtle short of a bunch of armor, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're probably not wrong. It looks like his anti-air is about to get a crate. Oh no, it got destroyed right before the crate landed by the tank destroyer.
Yeah, but
he's sending out... He's got probably a bike or a jeep coming for it. Yeah, a bike.
Yeah, he's still going to get it.
Unless the tank destroyer takes it out.
Oh! That's 2 bikes down! Oh my god, no, the tank is going for it!
The most expensive crate in history.
He's gonna... Nako's gonna get it with a tank from the other side of the map.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, but artillery! Oh, it was so short. Dive bomber.
Oh, wait, did he get it?
He didn't get it! Oh my god, Spartacus didn't get it! What is happening here? Oh, Nako's gonna get it. Nako's tank has it. Oh my god.
He finally got it. That's the most expensive crate in Final Assault history.
5 units. All of that just for a base weapon. But it's gonna knock this turtle out, I think.
The turtle seems to be moving. The turtle is on the move.
Boom. What do you take out? An AA? Nah.
Yeah, the tank destroyers flush out into the lane. But if those tank destroyers don't back up, if they get taken out in this lane...
There's a lot of rocket troops out.
Yeah, nope, they're backing up. They took one look and said, nope. They're backing up.
Jeez. Man, that fight. Someone please clip that. That is the play of the week right there.
Was incredible. And then all of that got the crate and used a V2 rocket and took out a single anti-aircraft. Yeah. Looks like Spartacus is positioning an artillery to start... Oh! Yeah, he's trying to get some map control here with this artillery.
You know, Bradley's commenting about the amount of rocket troops here, which there have been this many rocket troops for the entire time. They just can't get through the base because of the artillery. Yeah. I mean,
the artillery and the tank destroyers are doing a fantastic job of holding this line.
Yeah, it's a crazy amount of firepower that's just not getting to do anything.
Meanwhile, Nako started to push back a bit out of his base. I mean, he's still dealing with the incoming stuff from the auxiliary base, but he's doing a good job of holding it back. This one tank, though, might be about to ruin his day. Hold on. That tank is... Oh, that tank took out 2 of the artillery before going down. There's a small hole in Nako's defense now.
Let's see if he's focusing it. He's going to get in. Spartacus will definitely get in the base. Here comes the tank.
He's got a tank destroyer.
The
tank
rockets.
versus tank destroyer. It's right there in the name.
Boom. Out. All right, here it comes. He's got a defensive artillery on the other side of his base to cork that lane.
That one tank, though, that came in and blitzed those 2 artillery is...
tank destroyer's getting base damage, though.
Yeah, and the tank destroyer seems to be out of the range of the artillery. Or the artillery is focusing the infantry. I don't know. But the tank destroyer is just wrecking the base.
And there goes the artillery. He's stuck out to defend against it. He's using the planes to clear out the units, but man. Oh, and now he's sending a tank to fight a tank destroyer. You don't bring a knife to a gunfight, man. You don't bring a knife to a gunfight.
It's called a tank destroyer, man. It's not a tank welcomer. It's a tank destroyer.
A dive bomber would have been the suitable answer, I think. It's still doing base
No,
damage.
that
It's
artillery,
way over
might
there.
Yeah, that artillery might finally take it out, though. Oh, man, I can't believe it's still just taking pot shots at the base. Also, quick shout out to Heathen. 2 girls, 1 supply crate. Great name.
Oh, Heathen. I know. You could definitely do a highlight if the clip won't let it do it. I guess it was more than 60 seconds. That's crazy.
That
More
clip's
than a
for 30
minute
seconds, I
fought
think.
over the whole crate.
It was over 30 seconds. Oh, the tank destroyer is just taking off at the base. Oh, it's finally gone. Finally gone.
But it's taking out units now as they spawn. It's still got... Oh, man.
Oh, I think... Is it still hitting the base? Yeah, it's still hitting the base.
No, I don't think it is. I think it's shooting through the infantry there.
Yeah, okay.
But now it's coming back. It's going to send it right through the artillery. Who's that?
Oh!
Naoko spending money on a base weapon.
Oh, I hope he wasn't using it on the TD that he finally destroyed.
He was not. He sent it over to the other base. Let's see what it looks like now. It's still not open. Oh man, this is a fight.
That was it. I mean, that one tank of Splaticus that popped up through artillery, that broke the defense, and that changed the whole game. Like, that was your linchpin unit right there. I mean, Naoko's still putting up, like, he's not even paying attention. These towers are down. His infantry are trying to push into this base, and they're not getting anywhere. Splaticus' turtle is world class here.
Yeah, he's definitely Naoko definitely needs to focus the artillery and take them out because they're what's stopping his infantry. And once his infantry gets in there, then Splaticus has to either decide to micro his tank destroyers to take out the heavy armor or just let them fire. And I mean, either way, there's going to be base damage.
Looks like Naoko stopped or stemmed the bleeding for the moment. That one tank destroyer back there is getting wailed on by his artillery.
One more shot and it's going to go down.
Yeah, I think so. There it goes. Oh, I think, did his tank destroyer come out and just take a quick shot at it? He's got another one. So he's pushing back. So Splaticus sort of spent his load on that there. That was a very strong push, and it almost worked. It was so close. But now Naoko's pushing back with some vengeance. He's got 2 tank destroyers coming up the lane, and I think my guess is his intention is to use those tank destroyers to bust the opposing turtle.
And that,
See how
ladies
it
and
goes.
gentlemen, is what we call premature stratification.
Splatification?
Yeah, these 2 tank destroyers might be enough to crack this turtle on the right side. There are no towers to defend it. It's just 2 tank destroyers versus 2 tank destroyers, plus whatever else Naoko decides to throw at it. I mean, he's
2
got
tank destroyers
units.
versus 2 tank destroyers, artillery, and a tank.
3 artillery. They're hidden behind that wall.
Are they? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's...
There's
nicely
actually
placed.
one inside of that building, it looks like.
Yeah, I think you are correct. That's sort of strange. I didn't know that was possible. Oh, there goes one.
There goes one. Man, it didn't even get anywhere. Base rocket
like...
from Naoko. Is he going to try and bust the turtle while pushing? Is that what he's doing?
Oh! We have...
Did he send 2?
What is going on?
Naoko sending 2? Did he get a crate drop? I think he did.
Oh, one for the auxiliary base.
Oh,
Which
man.
caused the trucks are in the lane. That won't end well for them.
But these rocket troops are up here taking out the tank destroyers now. This might be it. He made a move, which made him stop
what
shooting.
A comeback.
Oh.
Yeah. He used the V2 almost like a decoy there. The artillery's back in place though.
Jeez, he's got 40 plus rocket units and he cannot break this turtle. This is crazy.
That was a very strange. So did he actually fire 2 V2 rockets or 1?
I think I heard a crate drop right before he fired the first
Yeah, but
one.
I only saw 1.
Oh, I
and
saw
the one
2.
I saw got like. Oh, okay.
One-
I think I had a visual glitch on my side because the one rocket sort of froze in place.
One
and then
hit
finally
the
launched.
middle of the the stronghold base, and the other one hit right at the tank destroyers in the main base.
Okay, I only saw the one that hit the stronghold base. I think the client just glitched. Yeah, Sporks is correct. The troop trunks from the auxiliary base went down the lane, and they are very, very dead now. So that's going to hurt Splaticus, because he's no longer really putting substantial pressure on Nako's base here. Nako is now able to focus his attention on busting Splaticus' turtle. I think that might be what Nako needed. I mean, like I was saying before, I think the winner was going to go to whoever disabled the stronghold base first, and see if he can beat this turtle. But he's pushing up both lanes now. I mean, he's got infantry coming up the other way. Splaticus is trying to get artillery up on the auxiliary base to try to control that lane, but it might be a little too late. The infantry are getting past it. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, Nako's going for that auxiliary base with tank destroyers and artillery. We got an artillery shootout. Even if Nako doesn't win this shootout, which, okay, they traded artillery. The most important thing, though, is his infantry are unimpeded now. They're closing in on the base.
Yep,
and he's got tanks coming up that lane.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to take out some of the towers on the auxiliary base.
Yep. Oh, wow. What a comeback.
Man.
Oh, the dive bomber. Oh, both players are at full money bars. Let's see. All right, Splaticus is building another tank destroyer.
It looks like Nako, I think I saw him building more fighters.
Yeah, I wonder if he's trying to get air superiority. Oh, he's probably trying to stop Splaticus' dive bomber.
Yep. The dive bombers have been doing some work.
And it's in pretty bad shape, so I don't think it's going to take a whole lot. But the auxiliary base AA is still guarding it. Meanwhile, he's got another artillery up there that is bringing down the infantry. Oh, Nako's got, it looks like 3 tanks making an aggressive push on the auxiliary base here. Looks like he just wants to take it out of play so he can use the inner lane. Yeah, Nako's got definitive field control here at this point. I mean, he's got that upper plateau that he's taking artillery fire up there.
Here comes a drop.
31 minutes we just clocked in on this map. This is going to be a still bit of a long one.
Is that the forward? Which drop is this? That's dead
looks like
center.
the center. It's the center, which Nako's going to get.
Nako's going to spend it and then get it. Man, he's got units in the forward in Splaticus' forward base, just taking out towers. He's got tanks up there taking out AA.
Yeah.
He's finally getting his push forward.
Yep, we are back to the classic Nako strategy of slowly advancing and just pinning him in. So
and
once
now
he finishes off these towers. Oh, we got a base weapon coming from Splaticus, it looks like. Where's it going?
Into his forward base. Nope.
Nope.
What? Why? What was there?
I have no idea what that was for.
I think he might have accidentally dropped that. I know I've done that a couple of times where I accidentally grab the clipboard and drop a troop truck into some random spot that I don't want.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever misplaced a V2 rocket, but yeah, that's it. All right, so Nako has now completely cleared the auxiliary base and has a pack of armor up there and is now spawning infantry in Splaticus' base, so he will be pushing from all sides. I think he's going to get control of the inner lane, and all 4 lanes are going to be... all roads lead to Splaticus.
Yeah, once he stops the infantry that has gotten past that little spawn point for the secondary base, it's all going to be turtle until Splaticus can do something. He's only got 1 tower left, and it's on the lane that is now being pushed.
Yeah. He's moved his entire turtle to that side, it looks like. Except for this one lone artillery that's keeping the back door closed. I'm surprised.
And a tank
Nako's
destroyer.
got that tank destroyer down there. Oh yeah, I see it. See it. I'm surprised that tank destroyer of Nako's isn't maneuvering up to try to get a shot off on that artillery.
Oh,
Or even just go
Splaticus.
1-to-1 with Splaticus's tank destroyer.
He
Got more
just
health,
sent
he can
out
take
2
it.
tank destroyers to his forward base and took out Nalco's tank destroyers now.
Oh wow. And he's got some artillery coming out to try to. Oh no! Oh, the artillery is so doomed.
He's got another tank destroyer out now. Splaticus does. Man. He's still managing this turtle. 1 artillery and 1 tank destroyer have plugged his left lane.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's only infantry coming down that lane now. I think if you saw another good armor push down that lane, there'd be a real problem. But no, I mean, his strategy here is pretty clear. He's keeping the turtle occupied on this side, and he's just going to chip away at it. Another tank destroyer down. His rocket troops coming down from here are going to be a real problem.
Splaticus now has 4 planes strafing his left lane as well, so that there's nothing getting into his base from the side.
No, he's definitely stopped that, but well, you know what? The planes make it so he doesn't actually have to pay that much attention now. So he can focus on the right lane. This is going to be a while.
It's just a bazooka meat grinder.
I saw a VR Master League match on this map that ended very similarly, and it ended up, oh god. Brad can chime in. Brad was the caster for that one. That went on for ages. Who was that? That was.
Oh, was that the
Newman
Fight Night
versus-
one?
No,
Oh,
that was
okay.
Newman versus someone in a league match.
That was the first one cast, right? With Sleepy as co-caster?
No, I think it was just Brad. I don't remember. I don't remember the exact details. I know Brad was casting,
There
and I
have
know
been
that
a
it
lot
went on
of long
forever.
ones. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's I'm just getting flashbacks to it now of this base on this side having this super strong turtle just wrecking infantry.
And the bases are not built the same on this map, right? Or are they?
No, they're not. They're similar, but they're not exactly the same. He's got Nako's base just burning back here. I thought that game was over back there. I can't believe he pushed that back, and now he's closing in like this.
He has 12 heavy troop trucks out on the field.
Yeah. And he is just bouncing right off the unit limit. He is, I think, maximized the amount of infantry he could possibly have on the field. And you can tell every time the planes make a strafing run, those numbers plunge. I mean, these infantry are just getting chewed apart. Meanwhile, Nako's got a tank destroyer and rocket artillery coming up here. It looks like he's going to make a play for that last tower. Splaticus has got 2 tank destroyers coming out to meet it, though.
1 shot, 2 shot, dead.
Oh.
Just like that. Those tank
Yeah, but
destroyers.
he lured them out, and now they're taking damage from the rocket troops. But artillery is gonna, going anywhere. He's got both lanes, or both entrances to his base basically plugged using tank destroyers and artillery. But I don't know how he's gonna get out of this.
Yeah, I don't either. But those tank destroyers are now in a very forward defensive position to take out anything that comes down that hill. Straight lines of sight. But he has to make sure he micros them. If they're just going to keep shooting infantry, this tank destroyer is going to get shots on. There's 1 shot. Here's the other shot.
Shot.
1 down. He's going to get both of them. He's going to... Oh, he turned it away. He could have got both tank destroyers with 1.
Yeah, he could have. He could have. I really think that would have.
And now there's a bunch of AA coming out. Planes going down. Base AA getting used. My God.
Nako has both auxiliary bases, and he's
And just got another crate drop.
and another crate drop. Look at this tank destroyer here took out the artillery, and that's taking on the other tank destroyer.
There's that 2 dive bombers
That did
coming
not
out.
last long. Yeah, two for Nako, one for Splaticus.
Taking out tank destroyers with those dive bombers. Good call.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not seeing more challenge on the base AA, because if Nako were to take out the AA on the side of Nako's Splaticus base, his dive bombers could go in against the tower and the TD pretty cleanly.
Yeah,
Probably
but
get a couple
I don't think
passes
he's been
with the
able to get a
fighters.
unit that close, right? To take out the AA.
No, not really. No, if you maybe roll an artillery up while the tank destroyers are distracted, you could probably take it out, but it'd be expensive. I don't know if it'd be worth it.
How many shots does a base AA take? Heathen, I don't think that they can. I mean, they might be able to get one shot off,
No, I'm pretty sure the base AA will destroy them before they finish the bombing run every time.
but the
Splaticus
Henschels
is
can.
taking base damage. A little bit.
Just a little bit.
Hey, it's a start.
Oh man, look at this ball of death here.
Yeah, oh, that tank destroyer is in for some trouble if once those rocket troops focus on them. Oh, that artillery's going away, and the other tank destroyer is coming. So I think this is not good strategy, though. The turtle is now split between the two lanes.
One tank destroyer down, two tank destroyers down, artillery
brought
down.
the AA out.
AA is
Oh,
going
the AA
down.
truck is toast.
Base damage, here it comes. Oh man, those rocket troops are now getting inside. An arty coming out, a tank coming out.
The turtle is busted. Yeah, rocket troops on both sides. Oh man.
Oh, this one artillery, another artillery. Let's see. I think that he can. I think he can hold off these infantry.
With the two artillery, I think he can.
Once the armor gets here, though, he's totally screwed.
Oh yeah, and I definitely saw Nago deploying some armor. I saw the lines on the ground, so they're coming. Oh, infantry firing on the base from the other lane.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
He's focused. He microed his artillery, his defensive artillery, to take out Naoko's artillery, and it's over. Naoko sent a troop truck into his base. That's like the worst insult ever. Slap in the face.
Yeah, that is a slap in the face. Okay. And
boom.
V2. Just to finish it off. Oh, what a comeback. I thought for sure Splaticus was going to win this.
That is a lot of firepower.
Oh, wow. What a game.
Wow. Splaticus, top unit deployed, is the fighter.
Wow, I'm surprised by that.
I did not notice that. I mean, maybe they just all died, but I did not notice that many fighters.
I mean, most destroyed unit was fighter on both sides.
That is true. So a fight for air dominance with a tank division.
Oh, that was a pretty incredible match right there. We'll lock in that victory for Nako.
No, that was the last match of the day, folks. So Naoko is our new newbie tournament winner.
Woo!
And he gets some sort of branding.
He gets a very shiny Discord title.
Yeah, very shiny Discord title. That's what this was all for. Very important.
It has a market value of nothing.
I mean, I don't know. It depends on who you are. You might be able to sell that. So let's go over to the bracket real quick.
Yeah. So we have our grand final winner.
We can take a look here. So Naoko started off. He didn't play in the quarterfinal. So he fought Pesky in the semifinal, Splaticus in the winner's final, and won. Splaticus went back down to the loser's final, beat Pesky, and came back up to fight Naoko again. So really, this has been a fight, a duke out between Pesky, Naoko, and Splaticus all day long. And man, it was much better than I expected. I thought when we started this that Naoko would run over people, but that was definitely not the case. He had to work for it.
Very good. Yeah, that was a really good matchup there. Very solid matches.
Yeah, and I appreciate everyone coming out, hanging out in the stream. We had some technical difficulties in the middle where my OBS just shit itself. So there are 2 VODs for this if you want to watch them. I will try and get them exported somewhere. I am no longer part of Cats and Hats on the Onward side, which is where I've been exporting all my videos to, so I gotta get that worked out. So, but I'll get them somewhere, and I'll let everyone know. They'll be on my VODs for 60 days because I've got that Prime stuff. So feel free to watch them, clip them. And thanks for Photo for hanging out and co-casting. Definitely helped me out because I think I would have been lost a couple of times. I mean, my game knowledge is still lacking compared to the community. You guys have been playing, and the community casters that you guys have brought on are phenomenal. So I appreciate all the help that you guys have been with all of this.
Yeah, that was an excellent tournament. I mean, after last month's tournament, it was technical, but the last tournament, we said we were going to try to do these monthly, and I was a little worried about the turnout, but that was a fantastic set of matches and good playing from everyone. So thanks everyone for coming out and playing. Thanks so much for casting and having me on to co-cast with you. And that's our show.
Yep, we will see everyone later. I know we've got more VRML stuff coming up next week, so I don't know if there's any more games tonight that are going to be cast, but we will definitely be casting some more next week. So thanks for tuning in, and we hope to see you soon. Good night, everybody.